Welcome to another episode of Ozstradamus Toys Live, where we're just gonna hang out and shoot the shit and talk toys. And I can curse because we're after the first 8 seconds of live streaming here. It's almost like that
That was
intro
almost
videos.
close. That was
Hey,
kind of
somebody, some genius has this intro video that runs me past that 8 second mark every time. Whoever ran through and did that was freaking phenomenal, and I'm proud of it. So, gonna go ahead and jump into the chat and say hello to everybody real quick. I know we'll still have some people filtering in here in the next few moments. We've got, figuratively speaking, John in chat. He is first this evening and then saying hi to us. And then, of course, we've got Duchess in here as well, jumping in. And then Eldor is in the house as always. Good to have you here, sir. Honored to have you every time. Anryu is also joining us this evening, saying hello to everybody. Cobweb in the house, Thanos Copter as well. Adam from Radical Toys is here as well. If you have not already subscribed to this man's channel, what are you waiting for? He is dropping news constantly. Like almost every couple of hours these last few weeks, it seems. Like every time I turn around, he's posting a new video. It's amazing. And thank you for keeping us posted on all the news that's been dropping. All right. And the man himself, Skelevator, in the house saying hello to everybody. Good to have you here, brother. Thank you for tuning in. And the wonderful, beautiful Dawn Roberts is also saying hello to everybody, as well as myself. It's so charming. She's going to make me blush with those hearts. And let's keep scrolling down here. I think I
Buddy's
saw.
out there somewhere.
Yep. And we got Bud in the house. But right here, this is Pop Actor. And he's being cynical as always. He's just mad because he was not first.
Exactly.
He
Well,
was
and then,
actually.
he just
No,
wanted to be right at the top, and now he's like 3/4 of the way down the screen. So
right, for real. He's just a little upset about it, and it's okay. I get it. I get it. He was the first one to message me tonight and just make sure that I was still going live. So I appreciate you checking in on me. Really appreciate it, Pop Actor. Thank you, and I appreciate you noticing. All right, and continuing to scroll on down here, we have the amazing Mike Fee in the house. Here he goes. It's been a while. Absolutely, Mike. Glad to have you join us again. And we've got Danny Phillips also in the house with us. Thank you for joining us. Sean Clifford is here as well. And there he is, my Lone Ranger in the chat, dropping the links for everybody to be able to like and subscribe to all your shared social media with us. Thank you, Bud. Really appreciate you patrolling the mean streets of the Ostradamus Toys live chat. And Mike's asking how I've been. You know what? I've been doing real good, Mike. Doing okay. I mean, things are always rocky, but I'm not going to complain about that because I'm here to unwind, relax, talk about toys, hang out. I'm just going to have a good time tonight with a bunch of my close friends while we all open up some toys. And that's what it's all about. So we have Nolan in the house joining us from the Great White North in Canada. Thank you for being here, Nolan. I appreciate it, sir. All right. Yeah. And Dawn says, just chilling. Absolutely. All right. Well, we got some questions here from Sean asking, what toys are we looking at tonight? We are going to dive into that in a moment. But first, just wait. Aaron, how are you doing this week, man? We've had some pretty big news happen in the last couple of hours, even just today. Uh-oh.
hang on. Sorry, my wife was asking me a question. Do what? Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, how are you doing, sir? We've had some news drop even just today. Some pretty big
I'm
stuff.
doing. Yeah. Today was my. I finally got my Pythona custom done, but as I was putting her together, disaster struck, and some
Oh,
of the
man.
sculpting that I had done broke off, and it was pretty bad. But I managed to, you know, fix what I could and replace what I could with it. But it is what it is. It's still but it's not great like it was.
Look, that thing is looking fantastic, by the way. The pictures that you posted in the Toy Frenzy Patreon exclusive chat, folks, you're missing out if you're not there. You got to sign up for either myself, Skelly, or Bobby's Patreon, and you get access to the exclusive chat. Always got really cool stuff going on in there, as well as our Discord server, which I don't think is getting enough love lately. I'm going to be spending some time on that tomorrow, doing a lot of fun here. Pop actor mentioning, better not have the origin Snake Mountain or we'll be really mad. Look, man, I may be a wizard, but I ain't good.
You don't
Okay.
work miracles, right?
Yeah. There's some things even this guy can do. Okay. Look, I couldn't even get the early releases from Frankensons out here on the East Coast. There's no way I'm getting a Snake Mountain today after the pre orders went live
apparently,
again after the
apparently
discount.
the new waves like Snake Face and the Dragon Master is available at the Mattel shop in Mattel headquarters
Very
because
cool.
there's people posting pictures of going in there, and they have them plus the new Masterverse wave.
Excellent. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people posting that. Point Dread has even been available, which has been something that's really cool. I've seen that on some shelves. So, that has been amazing. Black Phoenix jumping in, joining us in the chat. Good to have you here tonight, brother. Thank you. Look, I'll try to keep it under the 6 hour mark so that way you're not having to bail early on us. You just bail at normal time. Uh,
Oh, okay.
Onryo's promoting the fact that I've got 3 duplicos. Yep, got them. Yeah, just magically 3 duplicos. Totally pulled that.
Hmm.
Definitely did not pull that. God, I wish I could have. So, look, here we go. Kawa says he is close to Frankensons, but he is also patient. Very cool. Very good, man. However, I may need you from time to time to use those powers. I will call on you if there's something I need and I'm not getting anywhere else.
You'll send out the Oz signal.
That's right. So, giant green O in the sky. Look more like that Riddler symbol from Batman Forever than
Yeah.
that's. So, speaking of green, some of you may notice I'm rocking this amazing
Is that a Four
shirt.
Horsemen shirt?
It definitely. Well, it's a Four Horsemen shirt. It is of the new version of the Headless Horseman. This showed up this week. I'll be honest, I do not remember. I have no idea how I came into possession of this shirt. It showed up. I got a
Just showed
call.
up.
I got a call from my buddy where I get my stuff mailed to, and mentioned that I had received another package because I had one that I was already waiting for.
Yeah.
And then he let me know that, hey, this other thing came and, it feels like a shirt. And I'm thinking, a shirt? What shirt did I get? I didn't order any shirts. So I show up and I bring it home and I open it up and I'm like, it's a
Nice.
Headless Horseman shirt.
That's nice.
It's amazing. Absolutely. It's my favorite color too. It's purple. Got that nice purple with the green flames. Ooh, I love it. Absolutely love it. And Skyfall has also joined in with us. That is amazing. And here we've this is it. Light light the beacons. Oz calls for aid.
There you go. Just go out to your porch, light the little fire, and see where it goes.
That's right. Hopefully it don't burn down the house. I've already
Yeah.
experienced that once. Not trying to do it again. Oz just reflects a green light off his head. The beacons are lit. That's what this is, right? The light reflecting off the bandana.
Either one of us could do that, I guess, right?
Yeah, maybe. We got that nice shiny up top.
There's a nice
Really helps.
iridescence there. That...
Yeah. All right. So we've definitely got some stuff to open up. I know I've got some stuff to open up. You've got some stuff to open up. And Brick, like I said, he's running a little bit late, but he'll be joining us shortly. He showed me he has got a that
Oh,
man.
he posted it on Discord, and he was asking me for help, and I was like, no. What am I supposed to do with that?
Well, we're all gonna hang out tonight. We're gonna open some stuff. We're gonna play with our toys, and it's really fun when other people who aren't even on with us live can play with their toys too. Everybody really enjoys that. So, guys, if you got some toys to play with out there, make sure you get those toys out and you start playing with them. All right. And hey, even if you want to jump on the stream, you can jump on the stream too. I'll go ahead and send you. What is that gorgeous thing? Oh, hold on. Let's get this big. That's the Keaton Batman.
Hmm.
I came across today while I was out on my hunts, came across the cowless Keaton Batman, the gold label. And I was like, ooh, it's a good figure, but that's not what I'm here for. So, oh, ho, 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 ho. This is a grail getting opened up here tonight, folks. You can't even fit this whole beast on screen at once.
You
Look,
can if I go way back. There we
look,
go.
if anybody asks how big Aaron is and why his name's Payne, it's because he's 22 inches. You just saw it here first. All music fan jumping in, joining with us, saying that's my new car in the box. I agree. Yeah. So that is
Guess we'll go.
amazing.
We're gonna see why people really should think twice about 112 scale vehicles.
Cobweb saying he hasn't opened stuff all week. Get your toys out, son. Get them out. Let's play. All right. Actually, speaking of play, if you guys weren't able to catch it live on Monday, we did a special episode of Legion's class with Dom from Toy Dominations came in and helped us all learn how to play his game using our Mythic Legions action figures to go along with it. And he had all the stats set up. So if you guys have not seen that episode, definitely go back to Monday, watch that. It's a bunch of grown ass 40-year-old men playing with their toys, and it's beautiful, amazing. And his rules are easily adaptable to other to so many other good toy lines. So, well, just to show off a little bit of what I got here. Y'all heard me talk about it on Toy Frenzy before. Stinkor being one of my top favorite characters of all time. Finally picked up the Revelation Stinkor. He was $10 at a Target. So definitely grabbed him. This was something.
I still have my theme bar.
Yes. So this was something that Sister Carol, who joined in earlier there, let's go ahead and blow her up because I didn't give her the big greeting she deserves. Sister K Roll, this is something that she picked up at the flea market for me a while back. I decided I'm finally going to get this bad boy open. So we're going to have that tonight, as well as, aside from the shirt, had a couple other mail calls. A certain amazing, beautiful bald man had this sent to me a bit ago. So I'm going to be opening this bad boy up tonight. Props to that man. And something else showed up tonight as well from another one of the frenzied. He helped me out, and as many of the fans did, they found out I wasn't going to pick up the He Skeletor because I just couldn't swing it that week. Well, our Emerald Knife photos sent over He Skeletor, and it has arrived. Now, I'm only going to take him out of this box. I'm not actually going to open He Skeletor all the way because that is going to be something that when Skelly gets his, we will do on Toy Frenzy, as is the Toy Frenzy tradition for the Mattel creations. Oh, excellent. My sister just said she also got, I'm assuming you mean Stinkor, which I really hope to find another one now because I want to keep one in box that if I ever run into Jason Mewes, I'll be like, hey, dude, Snoochie Boochies, sign my fig and let's go hit this green stuff. Gosh, that's such a
So
beautiful
accurate.
car.
It is. It's
Oh,
nice.
man. Oh, man. And Treasures for Trigger is in the house saying greetings.
What's up, Phil?
Glad to have you here, brother. So good that you could join in this evening. But do me a favor and make sure we drop his link in the chat so everybody can go subscribe if they're not already. I mean, I'm sure he sees so many familiar faces in here as well. Thank you for joining in and hanging out with us this evening. Always appreciate it. All right, so what should I get into first here? I mean, no matter what I do, it's going to be considered underwhelming. You're opening up the freaking Batmobile of our childhoods. So I'm going to open up a stinky feller. I'm going to open this guy up.
Nothing underwhelming about that.
Certainly not. Not when Oz gets his hand on a stinkor.
Now, slightly disappointed he doesn't smell.
You know, I'm going to have to pick up some patchouli so I can make sure that both versions of my stinkor smell. Actually, that's not true. I have other plans for this one. I'll have to stink him up another way. But that's a talk for another time, maybe in the Discord. And I can put that out there on YouTube.
Ooh. Hello. There we go.
So I finally found my scissors again, which make taking care of the little wire snips so much easier than the trying to slice them with my knife and possibly, cut myself.
Yeah, well, it's a lot better than doing it with my razor blade. So I got scissors tonight for this because I'm opening it.
Yeah, you got to be careful around that one. So next time I come across that gold label Keaton Batman, I'm going to have to pick him up again. I'm going to have to definitely grab him.
I would get the one. I think it looks okay. This is the one that I wanted.
Well, that's the best one, I think, as far as displaying him with the cowl. I just also want him without the cowl.
So, and I'm glad they made the decision not to go with plastic capes.
Oh, thank God.
I could have done without another plastic cape that causes these, because they already are imbalanced anyway. So, just the plastic just makes it worse. I guess we're going to find out if he fits in here easily or not.
He's supposed to fit pretty easily, according to Todd. Actually, going to have to
I would argue
messaging
that sort of easily.
Sort of easily?
Sort of, not really.
I'm going to have to see if I could start, messaging Todd and see if he remembers me.
But
be like, hey. That's gorgeous. Gosh, that looks so right. Oh, man.
And even the canopy that I was seeing, the lighting in it, it's a little bit different than the body. But in the light that I'm in right now, it's not noticeable. But I'm sure in an LED of a display, it would be noticeable. So I don't know if I'll have to paint that or not. I don't think I will, though, because there's some other gray on it.
Excellent. Definitely glad we could get you some of those extra subs, man. I'm certainly glad. And let me know if you want to jump in on the fun tonight. I certainly don't mind sending out the link, sharing it. I enjoy having guests from all corners of the world come onto the show, hang out, talk, open toys, hear that wrinkle of plastic that gets so annoying. But we all Oh, man.
And there we go. I have the lovely accessory.
Mr. Freeze.
I've been waiting on him for a while. Goes
It
perfect.
may not be the Arnold Braunschweiger Mr. Freeze that we all love so much, but you know what? You got to chill out.
I'm definitely probably going to do a black wash on that, though.
Just to make a bit more of that detail
Well,
pop.
yeah, because it's just there's a lot of detail on the sculpt.
All right. So it looks like the other party member is here as well this evening. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to jump in, sir. All right.
Hey
Brick
guys.
in the house, smashing through the window like somebody flung him in with a purpose. What is going on, Brick? How are
Hey
you this
guys.
evening?
Good to see you both. I'm lagging like a well-fed dragon, as it says there. Sorry to be late. How's it going?
It is going good, brother. I am glad you could join us this evening. I know you've had a heck of a week and you had to miss out on some fun streams over the past couple weeks, but
Yeah, I
it
did. I didn't get to play games with you guys. I didn't get to hang out with Kayla as planned. Yeah, it's been a week, and I had to work. So
of
all in all,
course.
not very fun.
Well, we're gonna have some fun tonight, so I help you unwind and relax and
Appreciate
chill.
that.
Absolutely. And don't worry, we will be having more game nights with Dom in the future uh, because it's just too much fun to not do that. It was great.
It looks so much fun. It's just really cool to kind of it's cool to see. It's cool to see him
Yeah,
create something and just kind of share it with folks and you guys just have fun playing. It's really cool.
it was great. I didn't want it to end actually, but I had to. It's Monday night at work the next day.
It's a new way to play with your toys.
That's
Yep.
right.
You
And
have a
that's what this is
justified
all
reason
about.
for your toys out playing with them anytime you want.
How you
So-
doing, Aaron?
All right.
Give a shout out here to Rolando Flores jumping in the chat and joining us this evening. Taking a quick scroll back, making sure we haven't missed anybody else who's jumped in. I know we got some more to chime in here in a minute. All right, real quick,
Yes.
Batman versus Punisher. Who's winning on this one, guys?
Batman. Not even close.
I gotta say, he is a bit better funded than Mr. Castle. You know,
Frank Castle keep going and keep going and keep going, but ultimately Batman will win.
I agree. I think when it comes down to it, when you're testing metal versus metal, although both have that drive to just never give up, I certainly feel that in the end, I think Batman would figure out a way to put him down, or well, not put him down. That's the wrong term because we all know Batman would not actually kill.
No.
So all the love pouring out here for you, Brick.
Hey
Everybody's
guys.
up.
Good to see y'all. I have a funky setup. So part of what took so long is because I hadn't done some of the streams lately. I kind of forgot what state I was. I totally thought, oh no, it's all set up. Let's jump in. And of course it wasn't. So camera's over here, computer's over there. So you might see me doing a lot of this. But I should be looking over here. So hi folks.
It's all good. We totally get it. And Ted Darkclaw from Helidope Toys is joined in. Definitely swing by Helidope Toys. Buy some of your favorite lines from them. Tell them Oz sent you and let them know what's up. Say, hey, Oz sent me here. Share some love. Support a local toy seller. Well, I guess it's not really local since we all live across the U.S., but that's the beautiful part. He's local to this community and a big part of it. So definitely give him some love. Go subscribe to the channel, follow him on Instagram, and buy some toys.
He's local to one of you, right, Aaron? Oh, I think you're muted.
Oh, yeah. How did Aaron get muted again?
I muted myself. My wife was asking questions.
Tell your wife to join in too. She's got some toys to open up, doesn't she?
No, she's currently working on replacing her phone. It died it died, so she's having to set up a new one. Yeah.
Those phone blues, totally understand.
Yeah, it got crushed. So
Ooh. That is certainly a rough one. And Zazel joining in as well, saying, howdy, folks. Good to have you here, Zazel. Man, I always love seeing the chat every week. You know, there's fans of the community who have subscribed to all of us. There's content creators. There's toy sellers in the chat. It's like a central hub of toys
It is.
hanging out in here, and I love that. I absolutely love that feeling I get from everybody in this community. It's the best. It is absolutely the best. Whoa, where is that camera going? Okay, as long as we're still looking at Mr. Freeze here.
Look at that thing! Woo! Did you just unbox that the Batmobile now, or have you had it open?
Yeah, no, I got it.
Oh, I totally missed it.
You know what? Strangely enough, there's not a whole lot in that box. I mean, it's pretty much together except for the tail fins, so it's kind of nice. I didn't have to do
That's
it.
right out.
pretty cool.
I mean, it's perfect
really
for
cool.
kids. I mean, I don't know that I'd be spending $60 for a child toy.
I hate to rehash, but what is a quick thumbs up, thumbs down? How you feeling about it?
It's a thumbs up, but I don't have any idea where I'm going to put it.
I mean, on top of some of the pile of boxes, maybe.
I don't know. My Batman display is kind of full, so I'm going to have to expand that. But you know, I was not expecting this on Freeze.
Let me see here. Blow it up big.
It comes off.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice. But now he's melting like a popsicle.
Well, I know, but at least you can articulate the head inside the thing too.
That's good too. It's certainly
nice.
good for the toy photography purpose.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got Jamie Sanders in the house. Jamie, thank you for being here. Jeremy J has joined us as well. Excellent. By the way, Mike Fee also, I didn't give this shout out. He is also a toy seller, selling toys, making money, and absolutely. And you know what? Somebody here is saying that they missed those old Chuck Norris jokes. I know there was a little bit about this in the chat earlier, I wasn't able to highlight, but just because we missed the Chuck Norris jokes, I'm just going to put it out there right now. Chuck Norris was driving a truck and it ran out of fuel, got out, pissed in the gas tank, and boom, Optimus Prime. Thank you, Chuck Norris.
Good. That was good.
In fact, Arnold played Mr. Freeze. So true. Friggin' awesome role. Here we've got Sergeant Slaughter telling everybody, go hit that like button, maggot. Of course, that's a great way to get people to hit a like button. Tell them they're a maggot. They love that shit.
They do.
When Sarge says it to you, you do.
You do.
Yeah, maggots.
Yes, nobody is desecrating any AWOC figures tonight. I don't want to see any kind of...
Hey. We're not doing that.
Speaking a little too...
Hey, Brick,
might be a little premature there, buddy. Just give me some time.
Did you do the PowerCon? Did you get the PowerCon exclusive?
I did. Did you read it? Nice. Yes, I in fact read it properly, and I did order Tanger. So I do have a Tanger, on its way.
Did you get the Mythic Legion Demestros?
I did not. I opted not to. I thought about it. I told myself I'm not gonna, and then I got in. And I looked at it, and man, the shipping on both of them, I was like, nah, I'm good.
That's the hard part
for me. I mean, I guess it's because I'm in the middle of the country, because it was only like $27 for shipping for both of them.
For both, yeah, that wasn't the case.
And then I saw the Legends of Dragonor people saying, "Oh, it's going to charge me $90 shipping." I went, "That's absurd."
Yeah, it's based on where I guess they're shipping it themselves, is what it is.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say,
like
where are you shipping to and from?
Right.
You know.
Speaking of the desk, well,
So, you ready for Cam 2 to be dropped in here, sir?
Oh yeah, I mean that's just if we could have that there, it's a better cam than speaking of AWOC. So I'm gonna unbox, but I'm gonna play too, because like I said, I came in here and a bunch of stuff was here and I put it on the side. But This is great. I haven't had time with my toys. I've pulled out these two this week, just when I was pretty stressed. And
Well, I've still got these from last week that have been sitting on my desk unopened.
what are they? Which? Oh, All Stars. Yeah, I'm gonna try and open 2 up today.
Excellent.
Yeah, I got 2 All-Stars. Well, I got All-Stars and one of the vampires.
That's a weird view.
Show me
Beefy.
all.
Love the Vargs. I love me some Vargs.
All the indie toys. So, giving a big shout out to Toy Sorceress in the house joining us this evening. Thank you for being here, Toy Sorceress. Again, if anybody wants to jump in on this fun, I don't mind shooting a link out. I will drop it in the chat. I'm not skirt.
So I've been almost like it's been like I've been threatening to open these online and just never keep never getting to them. So
are you gonna do it here? Are we gonna have some tears flood the chat tonight as we break Dungeons and Dragons toys live?
You're gonna have to get the warm bath.
Yeah, like
not an option. I promise you.
It might not even make it to the bath before it falls apart. You gotta be careful.
No, I will. When you bathe it, it's fine.
Toy Sorcerers, we're doing good here tonight. We are unwinding, opening up some toys, having fun. Let us know if you want to jump in. Say, you know what? I'm just doing it. I'm dropping it in the chat because I'm feeling good. Feeling saucy.
Rick, how much of a backlog do you have, man? I thought I was bad.
You saw the picture? I've got stuff in there from November, friend. I've got stuff in there from maybe even like now. Honestly, it's just been, I go slow and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do a bunch of opening, and then just work does its thing, and by the time
you get around to it, it's not working.
Yeah, and I have to be like in the right space to enjoy it, because if I'm doing it and it feels like I'm doing it just because I have to, it's not worth it to me.
Mythic Legions are still sitting here because I'm just I don't want to open them yet.
I'm jelly right now because I don't have any new Mythic to open up on cam. I mean, I got some Masterverse, but I don't have Mythic, and that's I got a shirt though. I got a figure obscure shirt on.
That. When'd you get that in? That's great.
Oh man, yeah, this just showed up. I didn't order this. I don't know where it came from, but I got
someone gifted it to you. That's awesome.
Yeah. Like I said, got a call earlier this week, and said, "Hey, shirt's in," you got a package, and it feels like a shirt. I'm like, "Excuse me, I don't remember that." So, go to pick it up, and it's this amazing shirt in my favorite color scheme. Got the purple and the green going on.
Yep.
And
that is your color scheme, man.
Good. It is all about that purple and green.
Did I miss what you picked up? You sort of teased that you found something today in the wild.
So I found the new Man-at-Arms today out there in the wild.
Ah, yes.
And I did not pick him up because if I did, things just would have been too tight till the end of the week.
Oh, I see. I got
you. I'm hoping I'll still be able to find it. But I found a great deal this week with a $10 Stinkor, which we all know is one of my faves.
Where'd you get them?
Target. They still had them there. And Sister Carol sent me this sweet faker.
Love it.
So opening him up and enjoying him. I love the fact that they did take the time to make the hilt of the sword orange instead of the typical color.
Yep.
So that's different. I thought that was a really, really awesome nod to classics, as well as just being really cool for keeping Faker swords separate from He-Man's, even though it's the same mold. All right. So
I think I'm going to get into Diana right now, but see, I've already opened her. I pre-opened her a while back. I don't know if it was it with you? It was you and I, right?
We never got around to it.
Yeah, it was totally us. And then but this is my first, what do you call it? Windowless packaging.
Yeah.
Okay. So
kind of fascinating. We'll see. But when you said that about the Stinkor, the different colored handle, it's funny how that just adds a little level of like, ooh, fancy. Oh, hey, look, there's Kayla behind me. That's almost like life size over here.
I love how it's the shout out to her first time too.
I just put a bunch of the thumbnails from the channel sort of in this Ken Burns thing.
Excellent. Love Ken Burns. All right. So giving a big shout out here to Vintage Motu Bobby in the house joining us this evening. So good to have you here in the chat, brother. Thank you for joining in. And actually, what was it? Hang on here. We've got. So also, by the way, Toy Sorceress has given both of you guys a shout out and said, "How are you both?"
Hey, how's it going, Toy Sorceress? I'm watching you guys for those theories about what's coming.
I missed the live earlier today.
I did too.
Oh man, it was like a couple minutes past because I was still out and just didn't have a chance to catch it live because today was an adventure. We went to several different targets here, and I want to give a shout out to Mike saying his target has several of the new Man-at-Arms. That's great. And actually, we've got somebody waiting back in the green room. Are you ready to go live, brother? Let me jump you in here. All right.
Bring him in.
Hey,
what's going on, man?
Thanos Copter joining us again for another week. I love it.
Actually got something I haven't opened yet. So.
Oh. That was a Wondar, yeah? Love that art.
This is the He Skeletor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's the Wondar 10.
Skeletor? No. Well, that's actually going to be what I'm going to... So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pop that box open, but I'm not going to open the toy yet because one is on the way to Skelly, and as is the tradition for Mattel Creations exclusives, we're going to have to do that on an episode of Toy Frenzy, him and I. But I will open the shipping box it showed up in today. Show off that I got it. And again, that same detail spent on the shield with that orange. Love it. All right, how's Diana doing here?
She's really cute. I'm totally taken aback by how cute she is. Just, and I say that not in a creepy way. I say that in a young way. I love that they really made these ones young and small like they should be. And so far, she has all her limbs. These definitely look stiff, so I'm not going to mess with them. But
so Cobweb mentions free Kayla plug. That could be taken so many different ways. She'd appreciate that comment if she were here.
Man, so the reason I'm opening them in this order too is because it's just sort of, to compare. I'll get to the Legions last. I kind of just want to sort of see what's going on with Hasbro. Where are we at with Mattel? I might take a little bit of a segue tonight and do that Zezre. I have the one last one. Actually, that's not the one last one. I have I still have one of the women to open up that I wanted to save, but
there, I'm gonna give you the full screen here, Thanos, because of that.
Oh, there he is. He's
gorgeous art.
I was serious when I asked you if it was Wondar because of the art, but would you mind holding up that box? I love the front and back of those boxes, those Mattel Creations illustrations.
The Mattel Creations shipper boxes, even though there's no color to it, I love that just sketch.
Yeah, the pencils, yeah.
So good. It just looks like He-Man because it's in black and white. But...
yeah.
It's all good though, So right here,
that's awesome.
Pop Actors mentioning that Toy Habits wished him a happy birthday. Wait a minute, I did not know it was your birthday. When did that happen?
Birthday?
Happy Earth Day? Is that what's going on?
That's what I'm hearing here. That's what I'm hearing. Wait a minute. The show keeps getting bigger. That's what she said. We have another special guest joining us this evening, and so good to have you here. It is Toy Sorceress, and I clicked her in at the wrong time. She was totally turned around for that. Her big entrance.
What's going on, guys?
Oh my God, so good to have you here. Thank you for joining us tonight.
I was trying to grab mine too.
Okay.
You're Skeletor?
I will get him out of the
Yeah, I just wanted to
overall.
pop on for a few minutes and say hello and see what you guys are doing.
Yeah, man, let's hang
Absolutely.
out. Let's play. Hey, if you need the real estate, feel free to just keep the brick cam on.
Yeah, you're playing with a toy. I gotta have that on a toy channel.
Yeah,
So-
no, I'm saying like hide my face. My face.
Oh, okay, fine. You want me to hide your face? You're
No,
the
if you need
prettiest-
the real estate, yeah.
second prettiest one on the screen here. Okay, so I gotta keep you up there. All right, and
I think
Hillian
that's
Dread
Diane.
joined in the chat. He has been building his channel up from the ground up. Out of nowhere one day, all of a sudden, I'm getting notifications.
what?
Hillian Dread is posting content, dropping news left and right.
I need a sub.
It's
Hold on.
incredible.
What's going on?
Yes, you need to sub. Come on. Bud, please grab Hillian Dread's link, drop it in the chat for everybody. Let them know what's going on. And Eternian Ellipse also joining in with us. He has been hard at work on his channel. Let's build the hype, folks. Come on. Everybody sub.
And help me out here. Help me out. Is it? So I've heard folks keep saying Helion Dread. Is it not? And I'm not trying to correct you. I just want to know. Is it Hylian Dread? Like it's a Zelda reference, yeah?
You know what? I'm from the East Coast, so I just pronounce shit wrong all the time
No.
anyway. So I'm from Baltimore. You do not want to hear that accent. It is nasty.
But that is a Zelda thing, yeah?
Yes.
Hylian? Yes, okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Hyrule, Hylian. That's why I figured Hyrule, Hylian. And yes, I'm a nerd. Okay.
All about
That's
that nerd
so
life.
kind of you. My buddy's customs.
And he
Put it up
is
our Instagram page. Come on.
absolutely the man.
Sorry,
is on
I had-
fire.
I had audio problems for a minute. I was like, why do I have a horrible echo? And I had your YouTube stream on in another window. I couldn't figure out what was going on. I'm like, I can hear myself.
You know, it's
So
funny.
now we're all good.
Well, because when you at somebody in a chat on a stream, it'll highlight their name or whatever. They'll get recognized when they do that. But if you do it from like a StreamYard link, you can't add them in the chat. It doesn't work like
That's
that.
true.
So what I actually do is I have YouTube up on my other screen so that if I want to add somebody in the chat, I can while I have this. So YouTube is permanently muted on my computer. So when I'm
that's
listening
good.
to people, it's because I'm watching it on my phone.
And I think it's like 15 seconds delayed. On,
Yeah,
on
it is.
how it's playing there. So that was the other reason I was like hearing a very strange echo. How y'all doing? Hey, did everybody order their Snake Mountains?
I did not yet.
Today.
Couldn't
yeah.
do it today. Couldn't
I
do it
did
today.
not. I will not, but I will appreciate it from afar.
Ah,
I just can't. I can't.
I-
But I think it's amazing.
I've
I
seen
missed
why you
all the
can't break. You got
hubbub.
no room.
yeah.
Where's it available at? I've been at work all day.
Amazon.
Amazon.
Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is that you won't find the Amazon link because even when you click on the page, it comes up blank. So we found the link on our Toy Habits website. So if you go there or the YouTube channel, it's listed on our community section and in the comments of our live stream we did about an hour or two ago. There is a link that works and it is up for pre-order. So check those two things. Go to toyhabits.com or our YouTube channel and you'll find it on there. But yeah, I don't know. It's like it's up, but it's not like actively public, if you want to call it that.
I was like, I would think it would just be for toy photography. So, and I have no place for it.
Yeah. The one spot I was going to put it in, now that I see that it's almost 27 inches tall, it won't fit.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
That's the head of the snake. Is that what it is? 27?
No, the
No,
spire
it's
of the gateway,
Oh, that's right.
it's too tall. Yeah.
Tallest point.
Yeah, it's not going to fit where I have my vintage one, so I don't know.
Yep. I was going to put it next to my Castle Grayskull and just close the castle. Put one next to the other, but it won't fit. So, And then Eternia, which is, I think
Does
we actually
this
found
work?
the release date, which is March of next year. I absolutely have nowhere to put that. So that's future me problem.
That's right.
So,
That's future
yeah,
you problem.
future you
Plenty
problem.
of time to build the addition onto the house for that.
Well,
Exactly. That's what it's going to need. Another wing.
When they sold Eternia, what was the is that about when they were thinking it was going to be coming out? March next year?
They said early 2024. There was no release date.
Fair enough.
And I don't know if I'm breaking news, but we found the release date. I don't think we've published it yet, but it's in March next year.
Breaking news.
okay.
Ooh, you
so,
got the Batmobile.
yeah. So I have this problem.
Just say,
And then you add
all
in
22 inches of Payne right there.
you get you add in the Robo Skull coming this year.
Wait,
Wow.
the
Yeah,
problem being the size. Got it.
My Hiss tank coming this year.
exactly.
That's 3 shells.
So
right
Aaron,
there.
is the
3 shells.
is the canopy very gray? I've heard that like some
It's
people's
off just
canopies
a
are
little
very
bit,
gray
but
looking.
you know, like the turbine in the front is the same color. So it's not. There's not.
It's
an
not
issue
black though.
with
That's
it,
the
but
weird
it's
part,
not
right?
black. It's not the. No, it's a little grayish.
Yeah, I saw Toy Shiz did a review on it, and his looked like really gray in the video,
Yeah, it's not
like
too bad.
like really off from the rest of
If
the
you
car.
if you put it under LED lights, I'm sure it would probably look really off. Just because.
Yeah,
of
that
the
probably
noise.
might be it. That probably is it.
Oh man.
I got something else in this week, but I don't think it's appropriate for stream. I got one of those little Feichin dolls
Okay.
to take like pictures with. The origin head actually pops on the ball joint pretty well.
Really?
Nice.
The skin
Wow.
tones don't match at all, though.
A little bit of Payne will do ya.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, guys, so I just wanted to say hello. Had a long day. I just wanted to
Oh,
pop in
sure.
and say hi.
Well, we were glad you were here. Thank
Exactly.
you.
Yeah,
It's always appreciated.
not a problem. Of course, Oz. And I was just gonna say, he's Skeletor looks absolutely cute on Block Panther. Just the
Oh
colors.
my god, I love that.
That's
Hold on,
cool.
let me give you
Dude,
the
the
full.
colors on
this-
that thing are
He's
awesome.
actually only
Wow.
$20 right now on Amazon. So in case anyone needs him,
Is it the flocked
Yeah,
version on
flocked
Amazon?
Yeah.
$19.99.
I
I actually ordered
Do I need
this
another
to
one?
get it for He's Skeletor.
because I just
Next
bought
one.
Battle Cat this week for $8.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Wow.
Nice.
I knew the plastic ones were going super cheap.
Yeah,
hmm
I finally
Just something
broke
about
out
the flop.
one. I mean, I have
Gotta
like
love the flop.
I have 3 Masterverse ones. One of them I did a
Wow.
Panther custom. The other one's
Oh,
going to
that's
be
cool.
anti-Eternia Battle Cat when I get
Wow.
around to it.
Oh, wow.
When you get around to
Nice.
it, you know.
When I get around to it, yeah. We got like
Nice.
25 or 30.
We're suffering from the same thing, friend.
Yeah,
It's
just too much
really
custom.
tough to keep up right now because so much is constantly coming out. By
Well,
the
if they
way,
quit having clearance sales, I would be happy because then I would stop thinking of customs that I can do,
Yeah,
at least temporarily.
right?
exactly.
Like, I don't need no. Yeah, I bought 2 Cobra officers, Storm Shadow, Spirit, and Tomax, maybe, or Zama. I can't remember which one. From the BBTS sale, and they're all going to be for
Oh, cool.
customs.
Nice.
Oh
What are you
yeah,
gonna
that's
do
right.
with one of the twinsies?
I've already got a suited body. I'm just going to
Oh,
pop
cool.
the heads off. So I've got
Oh,
2
that's
suited.
awesome.
I'll have a set of them as in their armor and a set in suits
Oh, sweet.
for my displays.
That's gonna be very cool.
Very, very cool.
Then I'm just going to have random bodies
I hope
laying
you
around
guys
in
have
my
a
display.
great night. Anyway, happy Saturday. I just want to say hello.
Good to see you.
Since I had a minute to hop on. I'm like fried. We had way too much news this week, and then between work and everything, I'm taking the night off. So that's why I had a few extra minutes to pop on and say hello. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night. Good to see
Thank
you.
you for being here, and
you too.
absolutely enjoy the rest of your night. Hope you can chill out some more as far as in the chat with the stream. But if
Oh,
not,
I will.
totally
I'm gonna
understand.
go chill out on the sofa and multitask some stuff.
Nice.
Bye, guys.
All right. See ya.
I also
Well,
got this that I haven't opened up yet.
ooh, Phoenix. Yes.
Jean
Look at
Grey.
that.
What
I
up,
love
Jean?
those gorgeous Toy Biz retro cards.
So
Ooh.
nice. They are nice. They really are. That
I mean,
Apocalypse I got in a few weeks ago. He's really cool.
I'm
He's
digging.
on card only. He's not coming off a card because I already have an Apocalypse out. I have the BAF, so I'm like, I don't need another one.
Look at this amazing group of toys.
It's interesting. They look a little fuzzy. Why are you looking so fuzzy? But
That could be my internet.
but yeah, look at the. I'm just like, where's this movie? I want to see this movie. This reminds me of some of those great fantasy movies from back in the day. And I got
Right?
Bobby's little feet pigeon-toed because he just looks cute that way. He actually came out that way. So far, no broken limbs. I like these figures, but they definitely are. How does one say this? Cheap looking. The plastic is, pretty. Like I worry about these knees. They don't they don't close up right. Right.
After
But
watching
they
everybody
look good
else's
from afar.
reviews, I'm worried about the whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, they're also little kids and they're skinny and they're thin, so I take that into account. But
I have
but
that
it's cool
set,
they made them.
and they've fallen, and I haven't broken anything yet. So
Yeah.
they seem
Did
fairly
you-
solid.
Did you have to warm them up to kind of like bend
Yeah,
elbows?
that
And
was the first thing I did. 'Cause I was so worried about it that I was like, I'm gonna. Yeah. And I usually don't do that with toys, but those guys, I've seen so much bad news about them.
Too many horror stories to not take the precautions. So, anyway, I'd held up the shipper box. My He Skeletor is here, and once Skelly gets his, we'll do another Toy Frenzy unboxing. Man, I can't believe it. Toy Frenzy. What was that number we're up to? Like almost 40 episodes now? I can't
Wow.
believe we've been doing Toy Frenzy that long. Seemed like we just started it.
Do you remember the date when you all started?
Sometime last year around San Diego Comic-Con. I can't remember the exact
July-ish.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you at Comic-Con or you just remember it being
No.
Comic-Con?
It was around Comic-Con because I'd just gotten Wondar in, and that's where the first episode started, an unboxing of Wondar.
All right. Bobby, I love you. You're cute, but this is all about uni for me and this club for some reason. I think this club is so cool. Big old beefy club.
Put that club in one of those trolls' hands.
This
Cool
one of the
little-
problems I have with Bobby is he doesn't want to hold on to that club. It frustrates me.
Don't tell me that. But yeah, he looks like it. He's got a vertical. Well, plus they barely give you any space for this thing to sit in there. Did you say give this to one of the trolls?
Yeah. Put it in one of the trolls' hands.
Are you kidding me? It's going to be like a splinter.
You know what, though? Let's
Like-
see it as a toothpick. I want to see it as a toothpick.
Like, you can't, it's not even going to fit in there. It's like, it's
All
a
right, maybe
nail. It's a
feel better
nail
with-
for carpentry.
No, you know what it is?
It's a cigar.
It's the Ice Troll the Vampire Hunter.
It's like, I still got to switch the heads out on those trolls, too.
So, Vintage Moto is saying, thanks, Brick. Oh, you mean the toy. And my sister's freaking out because we have a unicorn on screen. Of course. She loves unicorns. She has such a huge collection ever since we were little, and there were unicorns all over the place.
And it's a baby
No.
unicorn, so.
Right? It's a baby unicorn. So I want to give a shout out to Scott Baker here. He's just gotten done rearranging his collection and doing an insane amount of dusting Owning toys can be a real pain in the ass. Agreed. One sec. Hold that Phoenix back up. Let's get that back up there. Oh, it's so gorgeous.
Yeah, feels great.
Oh, and I am loving the effect. Oh, I need to get the effect alone from that.
It's just pretty cool.
Wow.
Do you have multiple? I'm assuming you got multiple Phoenixes. Yeah, the green one and the.
I don't buy too much of Marvel. Just every once in a while, a bad guy that I think looks cool, I'll pick up.
Okay.
Because if I went all in on X-Men, like I'd be done.
Yeah. I love Legends, but there's just no way I can grab them all. And I mean, the two biggest ones that I would grab would be X-Men and Spider-Man, which are like their two biggest lines.
Yeah.
So
X-Men
is
is my first love. Like I read X-Men comics all growing up. I have a huge
Same.
collection. Like going back to the first year of the Stan Lee stuff, like I have issue 10 signed by Stan Lee, and I have issues going all the way up until around the Messiah Complex eras when we got out of comics. I mean, I still read them, but I don't collect them as avidly as I used to. More pick up like a trade here and there.
I switched to mostly digital. I mean, it's just too much space.
Yeah, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
You don't need something else to eat up more space. Because
I
trust
was
me,
gonna say, got to make room for that Batmobile.
I'll be right back.
Absolutely, brother. So Mike had asked here just how many unicorns was it? Look, man, I wasn't counting. For part of my life, I couldn't even count. So, I mean, I knew what numbers were, but it didn't mean I knew how to count. So, I don't know exactly how many it was, but it was a ton. They were all over the place. And you know what, though? It was great. It was great because, it brought my sister joy. She loves unicorns. All right. So this beautiful bald man right next to me on screen, when these guys went on sale, ran out and grabbed me the coolest Evelyn figure to ever exist with the Bat Cowl, and she would totally seduce Batman and steal that 89 Batmobile right from him. Catwoman's got nothing on Sorceress Evelyn. Oh, see, I don't think Mike's been here to hear that we shared a room for a good chunk of our life. So her room was my room. It was half New Kids on the Block, half, at first He-Man and then later Ninja Turtles. That's just how the room looked. And it's because I couldn't find any X-Men sheet sets. Otherwise, we probably would have had those too.
So who's your favorite new kid, Hoss?
Oh, Donnie, of course. Gosh. Like I wouldn't have an answer for that right away.
Hanging tough.
You got the right stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man.
the master side of the room was Carol's.
Oh.
It's a true story. So I think Bobby is actually on his way out saying, have fun, guys, except Bud. Well, Bobby, you are rolling out on us. Thank you for being here, brother. It's always a pleasure to have you. And hey, you ever want to jump on a Saturday night? If you got free time, you're always welcome. So, look, Carol's backing me up there. Yeah, we shared rooms as a kid. We shared that room. Now, I will say this, though. The room was not pink, at least, or anything like that. It was blue. But I think Carol and I both would have been cool if it was purple. And that was before we had the Ravens as a football team to really bring the purple in favor in Baltimore.
At my other house, my room was actually purple with gold trim. I loved it so much. I had to paint it. I rented it out eventually, though. It made me sad.
You would love all the Ravens stuff around here because that's all it is purple and gold. All right. So Bud has mentioned that his favorite new kid was Jordan McKnight.
Okay.
There we
Good
go.
to know. Ooh, she's looking great.
Oh!
Could we see that face under there?
Screen.
Oh my god, that's
Oh,
amazing.
so good.
His eyes look really good.
Ooh.
I like it. Digging it.
All right, so I gotta say
Yeah.
here, I'm not a fan that they pinned her they've pinned the Sorceress Evelyn's cloak, and I hate it when they do that with the plastic. 'Cause I'm always afraid where I need to cut because I don't want to trim the cloth. I don't want to just yank it. But I also got to be careful of the plastic.
I'll be right back.
Shooting.
That's a great Masterverse figure. That's my favorite. I think that's my favorite head sculpt that they gave us in that line. That and then Fisto, actually. I really like the Fisto head.
Fisto is another really amazing. The fact that it was a die-cast fist, too. Did not expect that at all.
Nope.
Did not expect that extra cost.
These two Zezre guys are the exact same figure, cast in different plastics. I think they've got different accessories. Yeah, they've got like a different wrap on them or like loincloth thingy.
Was it Thanos Shatter up again? And then I'm going to bring up
Ooh, nice.
Brick's Toy. That looks so good. And
Yeah, I
I'm
like
digging that
sculpt a
head
lot.
sculpt for Phoenix, too, because Jean Grey has just seemed to be all off on the head sculpts. And I got to say, I actually really like that. I think it's because of the hair.
Yeah,
I
it
think
looks
that's
really good.
the same one, but repainted. And if you look at them side by side, that one that you have in your hand looks so much better. The way they decoed it and the way they colored the hairs, so good.
Yeah, the dark parts.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, I totally see what you're saying, Brick, about them both being the same exact one with the different skin tone paint.
Yeah, these are sort of like their Legion builders, if you will. They're their trainees. I got the wave. It's mostly the female wave, and then these two guys. Because, well, one, I'm just kind of curious, but also some of the things that the others come with are a little bit too much in terms of like the accessories. But I just kind of wanted to see what the male bucks look like. I have one other one, but they're pretty cool for the painting. I mean, they do look, very similar, obviously, but different skin tones. Interestingly, they paint their eyes red.
Oh, okay.
Both of them. I'm like, all right.
Sure.
But they're cool looking. Obviously I've got this half naked thing going on. So they fit.
We like half naked toys. It's
Yeah,
cool.
I know. And then they come with these cool, like, training dummy thingies. So
I think that's really neat because I always love it when toys come with like the little like props, not just accessories, but little props. You know, like I remember when I think it was like right around the time Revenge of the Sith was coming out, and a lot of the Star Wars toys were like, you had the Darth Vader from Empire Strikes Back, and that Darth Vader had part of like the tower where he cut Luke's hand off.
Yep.
And then the like Luke, that same Luke, or the Bespin Luke that came with the hand off, came with the antenna tower that he was hanging off of on the bottom of Cloud City. I just really dig it when they do that. Yeah, it adds a lot.
World building. Yep.
And you can build a lot.
I was going to ask, did you end up getting one of the Minotaur from the Zezre?
I did. I think I may cancel one of them to make room for some other things, but I have both of them on pre-order for now. But there's the orange one and the black one, and my challenge right now is figuring out which one to cancel. How about you?
I went with the orange one. They both looked really good, but I just didn't do both. Man, everything like lately, I'm just like, oh man, I want that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I turn around, there's something, and it's not even like, again, from like just existing brands. It's
Nope.
new stuff from new people, and yeah, every time I turn around, it's incredible. The Minotaur from even, I mean, I know the
Power
scaling
Rangers.
is not even close, but the Minotaur from Power Rangers looks
Yep.
so good.
It sure does.
Yeah.
And I mean, those are smarter ones. Like that's a thing. I'm like looking at these Ezras. They're not cheap figures. And then there's a memory bear. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, speaking of Power Rangers, talking about the Rita Repulsa that just came out, or
Yep.
that they just announced. Friggin' again, another amazing looking toy. Uh, there's been the quest for Dawn in the chat, trying to find out where she's been. She's back. She's here.
This one came with a broken, well, detached shield that needs to be glued in there. Should be easy
Okay.
enough, but that's kind of whack-a-dack.
I am so scared to cut these pins with the cloth cape here to this Evelyn. I wish I had plastic nippers still.
I have like one of these little tools that I used to get like a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, sewing shears. Such a good idea to have those around. I may need to pick some up. So we need a 1/12 scale Bo and Luke to pilot the General Lee. You mean the Ramen Racer? It's the Ramen Racer. I agree, though. We definitely need that.
What were the name of the two guys that replaced Bo and Luke? They're cousins.
Forgotten and Don't Care because they
pretty
weren't
much.
as good. I'm sorry, they just weren't.
Yeah, I just remember that. I was like, oh yeah, they replaced those two guys.
Wait a minute here. Dawn said she left because we started talking about the new kids. Ooh.
So you're a Menudo girl, huh?
We'll have to see if she said. Oh, wait. Hold on a sec. We got some answers here. Coy and Vance.
Okay.
Cody and Vance. All right, guys.
Coy and Vance. Oh.
Appreciate you guys helping us here, because I really couldn't remember because I just did not care after that.
That was a weird one to watch for me as a kid, but whatever, we watched it.
But after watching the special the other night with Ramen Toy talking about it, or Ace rather, talking about everything and showing it off more, it's funny how much I was turned off from the Engine of Vengeance, but every time I turn around, the Ramen Racer just keeps getting better.
Wait, help me out. What are they calling? You called it the Engine of Vengeance. What is that?
That was the
Ramen Racer.
Oh, so that is a Ramen Racer. Oh, sorry. I thought there was a different name for the orange variant.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know.
I think he did name the orange variant. I can't remember though. I have to look it up. Okay, so
don't worry about it. That's right there with Coy and Vance.
My Sorceress Lynn staff has this glaring glob of silver paint right on. There you go. You can kind of see it from there.
On the ball.
Yeah, right on the ball. Oh man, that's a bit of a bummer. Not used to actually seeing a paint apps like that. All right, I got to do some more surgery on this package here, and I should be able to get this lint out. But I mean, I always enjoyed the name Happy Halloween 2022. I thought that was great. I'm a little sad he changed it, but I totally get calling it the Ramen Racer.
Are you gonna open up that He Skeletor there, Thanos, or are you gonna keep it in the box?
I opened him.
Oh yeah, would you?
Okay.
Yeah, I just quickly saw it on Toy Sorcerers. Is it? Do you think it matches in tone with with Skeletor? Like which Skeletor? What? I'm trying to figure out what blue that is.
It's a much brighter blue because I have like a Skeletor here with me.
Yeah, that's more pale.
Can you do a bit of a side by side with them?
The He Skeletor's a little more a lot more
so
saturated.
I'm not used to how this camera works. I mean, it doesn't look anything like each other on my side, but on the camera, they look pretty close. But it's a much darker blue on this guy than this guy.
And the symbol on his chest is like a dark orange, or
it's gold.
Okay, yeah, because I was gonna say it's coming across as more yellowish here. It's gold.
It's gold. It's got like a metallic kind of look to it. I don't really have the best camera or the best lighting.
It's cool.
That's okay. Once you get your channel up and running, you'll have all that fixed.
I did post a video. It's just the cheat, and it's an Instagram reel I had, but posted something.
That's how it starts. Oh wait.
Yes. Oh, that was so good. I was looking at that on the drive home. We were rushing home to get here for the stream. And that's Aura Singh. Like there's a couple different pieces for her, right?
It is the body is Tigra, Marvel Legends. The head is Aura Singh. The cape is a custom I got off eBay.
Very cool.
So yeah, lots of sculpting and that came apart when I put her together.
So did you prime those bodies? Did you prime it and then okay?
It got the full dose and
I was wanting that figure when we saw her in the movie. I was like, why wasn't she in that 3-pack?
It's a massive oversight on their part, not really until the club, but that 3 3/4 inch one or 4-inch modern one I didn't like the way it looked. So,
they made one.
Yeah, there's a
I've never seen it.
It's part of the collector club. I mean, it's about $400, $500 if you want to buy it outright now.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, it's not cheap.
Yeah,
So there was a lot of hand sculpting, like the legs. The legs are the only things that it didn't get really back up when I changed it out. When I put it together, thankfully, because that's all hand sculpted on that little track around her knees, her shins, the little bumps.
What are you using, like an epoxy or
epoxy sculpt?
Yeah,
it's one of the ones that I found useful, but on her chest and her upper body, when I put the two pieces together, the sculpting just crumbled in my hands when I was trying to pop it together. So I had to repaint most of the upper body. Didn't turn out exactly how I wanted it.
Huh. Is that your first time working with that epoxy sculpt?
No, but it was the first time doing something where it wasn't quite, where my fingers were going to be there. But I also I don't think I got the thing hot enough to try to pop it.
Okay.
I got it.
That's great. But and how long do you have to let it sit and adhere before you're able to hit it with paint?
I usually do a couple days, but this has been usually it's like a week between things for me on this one. So
very cool.
Today was the only time that I hurried because I did a sealed all of the paint on it. I did her head today, sealed it, and then as soon as I put her together, all that stuff crumbled, so I had to redo the body again, the upper body. Paint it and then seal it. So
very cool. The only other thing missing from the Cobra Law is that sort of round body that Globulus had.
Yeah.
Well,
and see, that would be
snake bit. They covered the snake bit. Yeah.
I think that would be a great little side vehicle to do, since they're doing those smaller scale vehicles like bikes and different things like that.
Yeah, but
I think that'd be a cool add-in.
The thing is they'd have to get another use out of it, so couldn't be a one-off unless it's for a HasLab, and I don't know that a Cobra Law would be that well received as a HasLab.
I mean, they could try to do for like a whole kind of Cobra La play set where they would
could.
have like maybe like a tower or two and, do something of that nature.
They could. We'll see. I mean, it took them 30 years to make a figure of her, so I wouldn't anticipate they'll be too swift on it.
All right, let's get back in here.
What is with the little stick thing? Is that a
These or this?
no that?
That's like this.
I must have missed
That's their training dummy.
Oh, does it come with figures?
Yeah, so I opened this guy trainee a while back, and it just had this piece and the legs, and I was like, "Oh man, I'm missing pieces," not realizing that the other pieces were with the other guy. So it's my first time putting it together.
Build a dummy.
Build a dummy. So yeah. All right, let's get into some. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna go back to big company, Stratos, some Mattel.
Yeah.
You got some Hasbro in, got some Zesray Studios or whatever it's called, X-Ray.
I freaking love that Stratos.
Do some Mattel.
Definitely one of my favorite from Mattel. Just like I am loving this Evelyn. Like, I agree, kind of bummed out she doesn't have much articulation in the head because of the headdress. But yeah, I'm loving this Absolute Sculpt. I mean,
have you seen it in person before today?
Not in person. Well, no, I did see it in the store.
Okay.
But I can't open it in store and take it out of the package. They get real upset when you start walking around the store with scissors in your hand and you just start opening toys.
That's what my mom used to do when we were a kid to make sure that it was complete. She would open it up, and it was so, we were mortified, but at the same time, we're like, well, at least we know what we're getting. But that was her thing. But the reason I ask is because that figure took me by surprise in terms of the way that the painted stockings looked. They looked a lot better than I sort of anticipated.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, overall, the fact that they're doing just this simple paint versus some kind of soft good for it. And I get it. Soft goods cost money. And something like a stocking would definitely it would tear on a figure.
Yeah.
The moment you start moving around them legs, totally going to tear. But, yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with the overall paint apps of the toy. I'm liking the lingerie, just going to say. Might have to see if, maybe Dawn will pick up a set. I don't know. She's going to kill me now.
So I was just saying that, no, I really like it. I was really surprised. I kind of was like thinking like, oh man, are they going to sculpt something? How's that going to look? Is it going to look super flat? But it looks great. I was really, really surprised and love that figure.
Yeah, she's probably one of my favorites out of the Masterverse.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta agree. Masterverse all the time. It's just getting better and better as they go. Because originally I didn't. Oh, now you're making me feel like I really should have picked him up today. Ooh, I was like, I had him in my hand and I put him back. And I was like, you know what? There's another weekend coming up, and so be it. I'll wait.
Yeah, they were everywhere in my area. They're out of him, so I went ahead and ordered him. I was like, that's not boding well for me possibly getting one later.
Just let him come to you. I mean, that's a great way to do it.
I was like, might as well.
Yeah, I found him here. I just haven't opened him. He's in the closet. And I've been sitting on Stratos for way too long. So
I didn't know Man at Arms was in the closet.
I mean, he might be out. I don't know. But over here, for whatever reason,
in Brick's
in my house,
Brick's hiding in.
in my home, for whatever reason, he prefers to be in the closet. So I let him.
He
do
just
his
likes
thing.
hanging out in there and playing with all the other toys. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's where they're all at. So he's like,
Brick's
Yeah,
got
he's-
his own Toy Story going on at night. They all come out of their boxes.
and somehow managed to seal them back up.
Yeah.
that's so sad. They're all like actually tapping in there, like, get us out of here.
Let me out.
We can't breathe. Oh no. Her elastic just snapped when I was putting it on for the second strap of her cape.
Oh, boo.
Oh
The
no.
one around her wrist.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
those are a
it's-
little tight.
Yeah, it totally just split. Well, that sucks. Oh well.
Return it. Exchange, if you can find it.
Yeah, they didn't have a sec. Well, I didn't really. I'm talking like I found this one in the store. They didn't have this one in the store. Payne sent this all the way to me.
Oh, that's right.
So they had her in the store a while back. I was just at the time just didn't have any money to pick her up. So then she goes on clearance and you can't find her anywhere, of course.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, it is what it is. I'll figure out something for it. I'll see if somebody I know might be able to stitch it a little bit. And that's okay. I can handle that. Oh man, I almost went off the deep end on Gremlins today too, man. They had the punk rock Mogwai, they had Gizmo, they had Mohawk, all in the Mogwai look. And they still had some of the Spider Gremlins, which naturally I want. But the sad part is, like, I want that Spider Gremlin not just to be the Spider Gremlin, but because I want to make a custom web store.
Yep. I want to
From
take
that.
this body and put it on mine. I got a
Ah.
Spider Gremlin.
That
Hold
would be
him up a
cool.
little bit closer to our brick so everybody can see that gorgeous beauty. I think, yeah, just really, really, really want to do that custom. And that's the way to go about it, you know? Like, that body will work perfect to scale with that. So I
I haven't
passed.
thought
though.
too much about it, like, because I've seen people do it with a 1.0 torso. I don't know. I'd have to look at it. I actually, my spider guy is still in his box, so because he's pretty thin. You know, he's a skeleton. He's a skelly. So
All right.
yeah,
And
probably.
another incoming guest this evening. Man, this is becoming like the regular cast and crew for Ozstradamus Toyz Live. What's going on, Cobweb?
Hey,
Glad you could
Cobb.
Join in.
What's up, Rick?
Good to see you.
It's kind of a
Definitely.
testing. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can hear you. You sound a little far away, but I
Yeah,
can't hear
maybe
you.
get a little, bring it a little closer in.
Using that brand new mic I got.
There's a little reverb on it too. So you're getting set up, huh? You got a lot of new gear. Getting ready.
So everything's plastic
Trying to
collectibles and
load up.
reviews. Oh,
It's like the voice of God.
Yes, still his voice of God.
I was gonna
You're
say.
sounding like
I
you're
swear I'll
miles
stop buying toys.
Way. There we go, Oz.
All right, hold on. Let me bring this up here. Oh, look at the little gremlin dude.
Oh, that is too cool. Oh, I can't wait to open him.
Love it. Oh man, and it focused too. It's looking real sharp.
Hey, is that staff, the top of it? There's more to it, or is that it?
What do you mean?
I just don't remember. I'm trying to remember. Was it just a simple staff with a ball on top?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't even.
Yeah. No, nothing special.
I don't know that I was paying
Here's
attention. All I remember was the potions and the.
Yeah, no, this is cool.
Everybody pouring out the love for the cobweb. Absolutely.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Oh no, does it sound
There you
better at
go.
all?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
better.
Yeah, that sounds crisp.
Oh really? Okay. Well,
Yeah, you're
you-
good there.
Thank you, Oz. This was your idea.
Hey, man. Absolutely. I know somebody else who's getting set up with a page, and we were looking at some gear. So glad I was able to find something for you. All right. And by the way, everything's plastic and collectibles and reviews has said full house. You don't even know the half of it. I've still got room for, I think, four more. Yeah, four more people on here. So,
like on New Year's Eve.
right? We can get the full screens. Everybody get them all in here. Dropping the link again. Oh, I mentioned we were looking around and shopping some equipment for her channel and found that starter kit, and I'm glad to see it works well. Plus, you got like all cool like green screens and stuff you're gonna be able to use and all. But I'm guessing like a lot of it's shipped in separate pieces.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the weekend, next weekend, for my son to come back, and he's with his mom right now. But he's showing me all kinds of stuff that he does for his videos and stuff. He's gonna help me hook the rest of this up, trying to get me going a little more. I'm echoing bad though. I don't understand what's wrong.
On your end?
Yeah, just in my ear.
You might have. Do you have us open on another window?
No, I closed.
YouTube, or maybe a mic.
Yeah, first time I joined, I had to mute the YouTube video because I was having the same
Yeah,
issue.
no, I learned that lesson.
Well, we'll figure it out. You know, we test around and we work on things and we learn how it is. It could be that the microphone might be picking us up from another sound source.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's kind of going, especially if you have self-monitoring. That can happen sometimes. I know it used to happen with me in Xbox. All right, I got to do a full screen layout for this because look at these two. They look like they are up to no good.
Yeah, I was trying to say who wore it better. Who wore the gray simian body better? No, they're both great. I'm checking him out. I'm like, yeah, this is pretty much the last the first Beastman body, I think. It's been a while, but
right.
It looks great. I'm just noticing more so
cool.
some of the gaps here, but it looks great. I really love what they've done here with this loincloth. Looks fantastic. These could probably need, like, there's a lot of cool details in there, like a lot of Masterverse stuff that just needs to be brought out. And these don't quite sit right. How's yours, Oz?
Mine
these wings kind of just
like they seemed kind of loose at first, but then I realized for the arm to be able to articulate properly the way they're banded together like that, it was kind of a necessity of that. It almost makes me wish it was just like maybe one was attached to the upper arm, one was attached to the lower arm, and they weren't, kind of like clipped together.
Like two separate pieces right here? Yeah.
Yeah, two separates as opposed to like one combined or two combined pieces, just separate.
And they're also two different plastics, so the colors are like this part has a wash. This does not, and this is a slightly darker red.
Yeah, I had noticed that as well.
And I guess that's intended because if you look at the ruffles around the neck, it's two-tone too. So there's this lighter red and there's this darker red. But
I had thought the same thing, like where, oh man, they used or they didn't do enough paint app on the lower half of the wing kind of thing. And then I looked at the neck feathers and had that same realization like, oh no, it's an intentional thing. That makes sense.
Yeah, but it is funny because it's locked in here at the wrists. And so that just kind of limits this from sitting right if you straighten it.
Like it should be further up on the bicep.
Yep. If I keep him in a constant flex like this, he's cool. It fits, but it's just sort of the way it is.
He's a gym bro.
Yeah, I like this take on him. He's pretty, this right here is pretty basic except for this thing, basic Stratos, the Stratos I grew up with. But I haven't messed with this stuff yet.
Yeah,
Let's see.
It's even after I unplug everything completely, just watching you guys on screen, it's echoing. Just you guys are repeating over and over and over again for me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's feedback.
You could always try to hop out the studio. Is those earbuds you're wearing, do they have a microphone on them?
Yeah.
Check up by that earpiece.
I bet so. I didn't think they did.
I bet you they have a microphone on them, and that's where the echo is getting picked up.
Is there a way to turn those off?
Oh, you got to just make sure that the mic, your mic setting is actually coming from your.
Check, yeah. If you go on your end on StreamYard, you should see like a little microphone icon by your screen, like your mini window at the bottom. Now, click the 3 dots next to that and go to Edit Mic Settings. We'll do tech support on the fly. Why not?
Yeah, man.
Hey, you know what? I've seen some comments in the chat about Three Stooges going on in the chat, and I totally agree. That's how it's felt like right now. But my issue is, where was it? Now, Pop Actor says he is too cool to be a stooge, and I'm sorry, nobody is ever too cool to be one of the stooges. We even had a whole episode of Toy Frenzy where we were the stooges because they are that awesome. So, you know what? Gotta get over it there, buddy. Gotta get over it.
Through being cool. Through being cool. Ooh, I like that. Very cool. You go, Mattel. I see you.
What's that you're looking at now?
No, just the face mask.
I love it. How it looks like a beak.
Mm-hmm. And just it's a cool little addition. It makes sense, sort of.
I love it. Yeah, because if he's doing the high altitude, he's going to need that.
Yeah, the reason I said sort of is like, yeah, it totally makes sense that a bird monkey man would need an oxygen mask when flying. Logic.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that mask. It's one of the cooler parts of that toy.
I think so too. And the fact that it's removable makes me a little jealous that Stinkor, they had decided they were like going to give him a whole other head sculpt with the mask, as opposed to just giving him a removable mask.
Yeah. This totally brings me back to my G.I. Joe toy days, man. This is great.
Right?
That and the Kenner had some for when they were like in the dealing with Minox. There was like I think it was a mail away kit you got.
Yeah. Because you could attach it to the of course the Bespin looking Han, and well, you could attach it to any of the figures, but
yeah,
that's of course who they use to advertise it.
Alrighty, so this has been kind of an interesting thing to handle all these one right after the other. Let's go to the Horseman. Let's see the Horseman's take on Stratos.
That Horseman's take on Stratos would make a really good Panthro too for Thundercat.
Yes, that head.
Yeah.
That alt head is perfect.
Did you get an all-in on this All-Stars wave, or did you?
I picked and choose.
You did, yeah.
Got a couple. Not all of them.
I have an all-in box, and these are my extras that came separately. So, yeah, it wasn't necessarily intended to keep them. I don't know what I'm doing, Aaron. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm living the life, is what it is.
Does anybody
Right?
really know what they're doing? Let's be honest here.
Look, I seriously have no full thought out plan of what to do in life, but you know what? I'm making it day by day, and we're getting there.
So, Cobb, you figured out the audio? Are you able to unmute? I just kind of want to. Oh no, you're muted right
He's
now.
got himself muted. Second, if I can't unmute your guest, their mic isn't connected. Okay, now it's connected again.
I didn't even know you could do that for guests.
Once I unplugged everything, like completely, it's still just echoing.
Check all your windows. There has to be another tab up with my show running at the same time. That is the only thing I could think that's gonna keep looping everything through.
And your phone is not playing or anything like that.
It actually seems to stop for a second. Plugged everything and plugged everything back in. So I think that might work. And I need you guys to talk now so I can see the echo.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
La la la.
We're all just sitting here quietly, like,
La 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 la.
Yeah, it seems to be cool now. So all right. I might get into my Skeletor too.
hello.
Bless you.
That was gonna look pretty awesome.
Well,
Now it's making.
open it up. I mean, I've run out of stuff to open. That's okay.
And I have
That's
the Man at
okay.
Arms too.
Oh, see, another person making me jelly. I didn't grab him today.
Yeah.
Hold him back up again. Show him off a little bit.
Hold on.
Very
That's a
Right.
great figure. I like that he totally showed up to Capcom and jacked Iron Man's gun.
I seen a lot of people using that little spare gun for Andra.
Oh yeah, why not?
But, Andra's hands, yeah.
Jesse has joined in the chat this evening. Good to have you here, brother.
Hey, Jesse.
Oh,
So I was looking at this T Skeletor, and like on the promo stuff, it looked like he had brown hair, but it actually is black. I mean, it's still missing the white highlights and stuff. So,
He is really blue, huh?
yeah,
He's a Smurf blue.
I'm a
I
little.
wonder
sad
how he
that,
matches up. How he matches
new
up with a
He-Man.
Keldor head.
Yeah,
That's
Keldor, I
not
can already
bad.
tell it's gonna be lighter. The Keldor
It is,
head.
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I haven't tried the Keldor on him yet.
Oh man, my mini comic is sticking out the top.
Oh no.
I
Okay.
hate
I
that.
mean, that's cool, and I don't think this is even gonna damage the card.
Hey, yeah, why not? Look, we've got a Varg in the house.
Oh, so
Yes.
good. Look at that guy.
I
Such a-
love that figure.
Such a nasty looking little grunt.
It's very interesting.
I dig it.
had to get it. That's as soon as I saw it. I think, yeah, that one's coming home.
Yeah, it's
I
so
don't think-
different. Like, how often? That's what I was thinking too. Like that sort of pale, that white of a figure. I don't know.
Well, and the wriggling wings and the
Yep.
it would go well with my gargoyle.
For sure.
Do you have that evil Lyn, that Bat Lyn?
Do I?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I feel like I want to see her hanging out with that guy and little bat motif.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could use that or Godlin.
Right?
Ace, I can use Godlin, I think.
All those ones are awesome.
That is the one thing, All Music fan bringing it up here saying these other lines would fit in well with Motu Classic or the new crap. It's a little dusty there, but it's, true. Like,
classics or the new crap. Nice.
or the new crap. It got relegated to crap. So I was
There
like,
you
I
go,
want to show
buddy.
the
Calm thyself.
the
Calm
sweet
thyself.
jet sled. And
Yeah, I saw you with that
love
earlier,
that class.
earlier today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. That's a blast from the past right there.
Cobweb, you're solo because you're showing off your Skeletor, brother. Yeah.
Papa Smurf.
Love it. Now
Does anybody
all of his
else-
hair has to be white.
Does anybody else, when you first get one of the origins, it's always the 1 foot? I open up like every one, and I'm like, oh, I got 2 left feet or 2 right feet. So you get like twisted around to where it is, and you realize like, okay, I got the right feet on.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
my
now
mom-
he's okay.
Here you go. Who is looking for classics and kind of being passive aggressive on the...
See, that all music fan.
All music fan. There you go. Got some old school Four Horsemen here, along with some new school Masters of the Universe. Who else we got here?
Well, I hope Masterverse gets a Mantenna that's close to that one, because that one actually is awesome.
Yeah.
I love this Mantenna. The sculpt on that.
It's absolute favorite Mantenna is that version. And I got to say, I'm really glad that they didn't go back to the double eggs for Origins. I'm glad that. Why does he look like he is about to devour that child like chicken?
No, dude, he's protecting that child.
I don't. That is not what that look is.
Yeah,
That
man,
says
that's-
that is
that's,
one tasty
that's-
chicken tender.
That's a human Grogu right there, and that is Mando. What you talk about?
Maybe if he were in Drago Man's arms, then yes. But Mantenna looks like he's about to have an appetizer.
Did you learn nothing from Enemy Mine, Oz?
Hey, I love that movie. One of Dennis Quaid's greatest early films, in my opinion. If you people aren't familiar with what we're talking about, check out Enemy Mine.
That's another movie that I played at the nursing home for movie day.
Nice. Not
Are
many
there,
people
are there,
remember
do you
it.
have just like a crew of folks in the nursing home that are really interested in kind of like sci-fi stuff, genre stuff? Or is
I
that
get
you just kind of
requests.
sharing?
I,
Okay.
I share a lot, but I get requests too. And we have a channel that we can set up so that if they tune in, it's hooked up to a laptop. I set up different playlists depending on what people request. And I also get to pick stuff to throw on there that I think they might dig.
Okay, yeah, I just wondered because you're naming all these movies. I was like, man, are these old folks just like, I want to see some Enemy Mine? Or like,
Enemy Mine
Either
was
that or-
totally my pick. I love that movie from like growing up. It was a really, really good one. So
Yo, Mickey Mouse.
but I'm actually moving out of the activities department starting next week. So
okay.
That's right. Starting the new job.
yeah, I'm gonna be transportation full time. Right now I'm kind of split between the two, but it comes with the raise and I still get to interact with the residents. And
That's
puts me in charge of making sure they get to all their appointments instead of right now I just kind of get jerked around to make sure they make it. So I have a little more control over my schedule and how things go down.
That's awesome, man. That's good stuff.
Dude, I am so glad to hear, and huge congratulations to you for, getting the. Is it a promotion or more of like a lateral move?
Well, it's kind of weird. We have a new administrator. The new administrator's like trying to make sure everything runs budgetarily. So they're putting me in. They're basically building a department around what I'm already doing for the transportation stuff, so that they can increase the budget there and in activities. It's weird corporate nonsense, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna make some more money. My responsibilities shift a little bit, but I'm already doing a lot of the stuff anyway, so it won't be too bad.
Well, Bud's just trying to dig the trench deeper for himself here. Mentioning the fact that when we put Bobby in a home, you can transport him.
Man.
Yeah, every once in a while we do field trips and stuff. We took them to the fair, the zoo, out to a nice steak dinner sometimes.
You know, Oz, I'm not that far behind Bobby in age, so I'm a little concerned now.
Look, random acts of kindness. We're gonna find you the sweetest retirement communities, all of you. It's like the funny part is with Thanos mentioning that he's putting on all these great movies and there's all these old people that are into watching this sci-fi. I'm just realizing that I'm old. So,
oh yeah.
hitting that age where I'm just might as well just consider myself.
I always say, don't get old, don't get sick, don't be poor.
Yeah, it's true. Sure. Well, unfortunately, I'm a toy collector, so I'm kind of all.
I was about to say, yeah, that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. Just something I tell people.
It's a good thing to say, but I can't practice what I preach. So.
There's Bud talking about pack out for this, right? Wasn't it about how big She-Ra was, and then he comes in that medium box?
Right.
I think Bud was breaking it up.
Yeah. Like She-Ra comes in like that huge full deluxe packaging, and he comes in like something that's like the same size. Man. Yeah.
I was looking back and trying to think what She-Ra came with. I was like, yeah, just that other head, sword, and shield.
Not a lot else.
Armor case.
Well, those older one deluxe boxes, they tended to be really oversized. I guess it would just take up more retail space. I don't know.
Well, it wasn't even the older ones, because by the time that
even the trap jaw and the triclop ones were just didn't need all that space. There's a lot of big space.
Well, to me though, you almost got like, I mean, if you just had one more torso in either of their boxes, then you would have had like almost two complete figures with Trapjaw and Triclops. But with She-Ra and Hordak, it seemed like a lot of wasted space. They should have been packed in a box similar to like Too Bad, or again, like what Man at Arms is coming with. Right. Freaking that Man at Arms needs the size box that Faker came in, or the size box of Savage, He-Man, and Orko. Like, I just don't feel that they put enough. I mean, it still looks good. They did it in a good way, which just proves to me that they probably could have done that for all their deluxe figures from the get-go.
Yeah. And they could have blurred and really with the...
Mike
My
Feast.
Triclops I got. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. I just caught Mike Feast says Masterverse Grizzlars processing.
What?
Where's that from?
Oh, okay. He probably ordered it.
Entertainment Earth?
Well, I doubt it would have been Entertainment Earth so soon. They're normally the later ones.
Tends to be like last.
Because I got mine from Big Bad Toy Store. I haven't heard nothing. Unless I just
it was on Mattel Creations for a bit too, though.
There you go. That's probably it, because Mattel Creations have been pumping those things out when they're up there.
And like I said, they've been finding them at the Mattel store that's in Mattel quarters. They've got them. They've got all of that.
That wave.
Yeah. They were saying earlier, I got Frankenstein's a half hour from me. I've never been to it, but I guess I should go check it out someday.
That's hilarious, man. I grew up in Downey, California, which isn't that far from it. And it's been around pretty much for most of my life. And then it took until last year for me to go visit it.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even know it was that close to me until recently. I was like,
I knew it was there. My brother had been going. I just never went. And
I think there just needs to be an epic team-up video of Cobweb and Brick.
Well, Brick's a little farther away now, right?
Yeah, he is now.
Yeah, but when I go down there, I tried to go down there a couple weeks ago when we were out at Disneyland, but we just ran out of time.
I'm also.
But yeah, you all should go for sure. Like, have you been to the mall next to it?
No, I haven't even been out that way.
So that mall next to it is actually the mall where the Libyans hunted down Doc Brown in the parking lot.
I was gonna say Twin Pines Mall.
Yep, it is the Twin Pines Mall. It's right there.
Or Lone Pine Mall afterwards.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, no, it's great. And if I ever head down there, I'll like hit you up. We should check it out. But it is dangerous.
Yeah,
It is dangerous.
Bad neighborhood or what?
No.
Oh,
I mean, I grew up in LA. I don't know. I don't really
Come
too much-
strapped.
Like
No,
your
just
wallet.
Yeah,
Your
cut-
wallet
no.
is in danger.
Oh, you just mean
If you-
dangerous?
It's a
Financially
for-
dangerous.
for-
Yeah.
For collectors, yeah.
Financially
Yeah.
dangerous walking in.
Yeah.
Space danger when you're leaving, trying to load up everything when you
Yeah.
get back.
But no, I mean, there's some great stuff there, just to see it all.
I like him just like that.
Yeah, they definitely
Gosh.
always have the Masterverse stuff just waiting.
You guys should do like a co-stream or something like that. It doesn't even have to be a stream. Record the segments or whatever, and then post it as a video to your channels.
Then I was telling Mark before, I'm close to San Bernardino has a Mattel store. It's a warehouse, but they have a little section of it that they actually sell stuff. It's only Thursdays and Fridays.
Okay.
They have damaged items and stuff, or like all the Masterverse or Origins stuff you see on clearance, or like Becky Lynch from the Masters of WWE. Just tons of them all over there. So it's usually just kind of overstock or damage, but
Let me know what they got. Like, go over there, take pictures. They ask, what are you taking pictures of? Being like, dude, I'm selling your product. Shut up.
oh yeah, no, they have one little lady there that just loves me. And freaking, she's so cool every time I show up. She's the one that was telling me they had some of the exclusives there that they were selling. She said, "Oh, you should have been here last week. They had figures in the brown boxes." I was like, "What the heck? How they end up there?"
Tell her to start giving you text alerts, and next time they do,
Yeah, right.
you've got a bit of free time right now. We're gonna set you up a shop with some commissions going on. I've got a whole toy network at my disposal. We can work
You should
this
try and
out.
date her, Dad. I was like, "You're stupid fool."
Get the hookup.
Yeah.
All right, all right, man. Like, come on now. You'd be doing all of ToyTube a service.
Have you seen this up close yet at all, Oz, or anybody?
Come on, bring it on. Do it. Doesn't matter if we've seen it before or not. Do it.
Little opening slots to shoot out those little tiny missiles.
Oh, that's awesome.
Come on, man. Now,
I wasn't expecting that.
oh, it's killing me. Mike.
Is that just part of the armor? Like, is it just built in, or does it remove?
Yeah, it actually snaps off.
Comes off.
It just
Okay.
goes
Yeah.
up on the shoulder piece. Yeah.
This
Kinda play
definitely
with it,
puts
go
that
like
other
that.
Man at Arms that they released earlier to shame.
Yeah, I mean, I like that one, but yeah, this is a lot better.
I really like that other one too. That
Yeah, me
one
too.
that one surprised me, but I did end up replacing the head, but that head is pretty good.
Right?
But I like that. I like
Yeah,
that old Man
there's
at
a
Arms.
couple like Fisto you were talking about earlier. I really like that Fisto a lot too, even though he's got that cartoon look to him, but he just still looks.
Yep. So look, my buddy's Customs is straight up telling you to take one for the team, bro. Data for the
Of course
for the
he is.
community.
No.
As a matter of fact, while you're in the midst of it, you got to be like, for the community.
Oh man.
And look, yeah, Honor is saying
Right about-
formation of the toy mob. We're getting it going right here. Thanos will be in charge of distribution and transportation. He'll be smuggling it with the old people. Nobody searches old people's stuff.
I've
They
done
don't-
central supply at a couple jobs and lots of transportation and delivery and stuff. I could do that.
I can't get Xenothon's ear thing.
So I missed a comment about partying at my house for Halloween. I mean, yeah, let's do it.
So I saw someone earlier said, "I wish I was in California."
That was Pop Actor. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just funny because I was looking at. I'm counting the days to be able to go to that Mythic meetup. That's the first West Coast Legions sort of meetup hosted by Iz and Nate Barch is going to be there and
That Legion
Walter.
figure. Oh, oh, it hurts.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But I'm just saying, the people who are saying like, "Oh, I wish I was in California." Like, man, I see you all like all these different toy shows in the area, and like there's PowerCon, Legion's Con. I know it's like not in everybody's backyard, but it's a little bit easier to get to, and so we don't got much going on in terms of that kind of stuff around here, except for Comic-Con and WonderCon. But
Yeah, I was gonna say
but those are a whole other beast.
PowerCon took off on us.
I mean, they're fine. They're cool. But, when you go to Legion's Con, they're small enough to be able to actually hang out with folks. And,
Yep.
PowerCon, you're just lost in the crowd. It's like going to Disneyland. Comic-Con. It's like going to Disneyland.
I was saying PowerCon took off on us.
Yeah.
I got that last year in California. I was like, I'll go next year. And then it's off to Ohio.
Yeah, that's why I'm in the position I'm in, where it's like I really need to go this year.
Yeah, it's getting closer to you now.
Yeah, well, before I know it, it'll be, somewhere else again, and I won't be able to get there. So I really want to try to make that meetup this year. And again, just meet up with amazing members of the community and being able to hang out and just really enjoy that part of it. Even if I go there and I don't pick up anything, to meet other people amongst the community, film some stuff and post it would be great. So before we get too far away here, though, Pop Actor's mentioning some eggs and toilet paper ready for my place. You don't want to do that in Baltimore. It's a bad idea. We are a murder capital of the United States for a reason. And it doesn't even involve things with toilet paper or eggs. When Popeyes came out with their chicken sandwich, people were getting stabbed over them here. Okay?
Haven't you seen The Wire?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, go watch The Wire. And Dawn to my aid, heck, he don't even need to make it down here to Baltimore. Straight up telling him she's going to get Justin Bieber on him. So, Cobweb, if you have the Masterverse Hordak, his blast effect will fit on the end of the Man-at-Arms laser cannon.
Yeah, let's look at that. It's weird how that is. That like they were going to put something but didn't. Almost there's like little pegs inside, like it was supposed to have something that went to it. I don't know. It's weird, just that hole by itself.
Right?
But yeah, I seen that. Was that Bud too? I think that was Bud.
Yeah.
I seen doing that.
Yep. Bud has been
all
putting
the
out
stuff
some
I've been watching.
great stuff lately. Posted a bunch of shorts on his channel. He just posted that full-length video of him doing the transforming He-Man. That was great and very relaxing.
I love that. That's great.
Yeah.
I shared with Bud first, but then I put on my Instagram too. And I just see that picture of my trap claw.
I like that, by the way. I like that. Of course, it makes me jealous that you have the Sting, but...
Yeah, I found that wave. I forgot who else comes in that wave, but I found it over in UK, some wrestling shop, Wrestling Inc. I forget what the name of it was. They get the whole wave, and I think it was $100, but I got it on sale for like $80, so it's like $20 a fig. And I was like, oh man, I hopped on and got that whole wave.
So, yeah. Black Phoenix mentioning who stabbed someone over a sandwich? People in Baltimore. That's who.
No, that I don't think that's exclusive to Baltimore.
I was going to say.
That
Plenty of
was,
stabbings happen.
I mean, they were polite with the stabbing. It could have been something else, but
Yeah.
see, the stabbing in here is the less violent way because normally it's just. Well, again, watch The Wire.
yeah.
So now Black Phoenix is going to go grab some chow. Careful you don't get stabbed on your way.
Yeah. Stay away from the chicken sandwiches.
Leave the chicken sandwiches alone.
Oh man, we're contributing to the unnecessary fear.
Oh, let's get that.
So I put her head on that
Oh, that's cool.
Feishin body, and then I put the cape. around. I don't want to open it up because it's anatomically correct. So.
Oh,
Got you. Okay, so
Yeah.
just showing off.
I don't know if you saw it there. Thanos, I put in the chat. Yeah, I got a couple of those too. I was like, I'll have to swap some pictures with you later.
Toyworks was going to do like a booty shots collab, so I was going to do some of those.
Wait, you got the 112 or 16?
It's the 112. They're pretty small.
Yeah,
but like
they're
I said,
a lot
the
smaller
origin,
than I thought.
the origin head like pops on the ball joint. Like it's a little
Yeah.
loose, and the skin tone doesn't quite match, but a little bit of lighting and.
And I've seen different ones, like the shoulders on mine. I didn't like the shoulders; they're like really slouched. I've seen other ones where they look more normal.
If you rotate the shoulder joint around, sometimes like because one of mine was like really far down, and then I just kind of moved it out, and then it was back in the right position.
Okay, yeah, I haven't messed with them too much, but I've seen somebody on YouTube saying something about being able to move the shoulders, and I tried to. I'm like, always gotta wash your hands and everything before you touch them. Those because what they're made out of and everything.
Yeah,
Why is that?
They're
like a silicone, like they feel like a real doll, like it's
like the
112
real
real doll.
dolls.
Basically.
Yeah, my
Well,
real.
no.
No, I totally get it. No,
real dolls.
It's a real doll.
As opposed to the fake dolls.
Yeah, might need to give me a redhead for Tila.
Yeah, well, like I said,
what chat
the
did I
ball
get?
joint, the origins pop right on there. The only problem I had was I was gonna do Tila, but like it's so pale. I ended up grabbing the 2000X Evil Lyn. It's still.
You know, I didn't even think about the 2000X Lyn, yeah, because I was kind of comparing them next to each other. I was like, none of the skin tones or anything will match, but yeah, that Lyn.
What about the Becky Lynch figure?
I haven't tried her yet. I do have her. She's just all my wrestling figures are like way up on a shelf. I have to actually use a ladder to get to them. So.
Gotcha.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So if they fit Origins, they'll fit Masterverse as well.
The female Origins and Masterverse aren't.
Oh, that's right.
the
I haven't
same
tried
like
that.
they are.
Right.
on
different.
Okay, that's right. I haven't tried that. I don't think I have a female Origins figure. Okay.
But like, there's the Masterverse head on her, like the back of the cowl. So pale. It's just glowing white.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can't even see anything. It's like Sailor Moon in here. Wow, when you went to the front shot of that too, like
Yeah, you couldn't see anything.
that Evil Lyn looked like yellow, like Wave 1 Evil Lyn comparatively to the body.
All right, finally.
Did you make a dent in that brick yet?
Yeah, you know, wings. I love Mythic Legions, 100%. But I've always had issues with the wing. The length of the peg is a little stubby.
Yeah.
And so, especially, you know, when you're trying to get that joint going,
Yeah.
it kind of pops out pretty easily. That's the sort of one of those.
If
What's
you
that?
give it a little bit of heat, it'll go in
Sure.
easier, and then as it cools, it'll do,
Yes.
you know, the expand, and then that'll
Yeah.
actually really kind of help.
I don't know if Jeremy's still here, but as he knows, I'm a little impatient. But
How cool was that? Love
all right,
having.
so we've got.
We go
here
ahead
we
and
go.
open him too.
Oh, so somebody is flexing the Duplico tonight.
Look at that.
See, that's what you need to head over there and find out. Where are our Duplicos?
This was Mattel Creations. I hopped on the day Godland was posted. Or
Right,
for sale.
and they did that quick sale.
Yeah, GDL chat. Everybody was talking about it. I hopped on there, grabbed it real quick. I'm going to go ahead and open it.
All right, and Ray Black has finally joined in from the evening. Just saw the Mario movie with her nephew. Excellent.
Mario movie is awesome.
It
Yeah,
was.
I
It was really,
Oh,
really good.
incredible.
When Dawn was here last over Easter weekend when we took the break. Hey, we're not giving any spoilers, just saying that we went to go see it. I'm not going to say anything else. You know,
But
not giving anything away. It's a great movie.
Yeah,
It
who
was
didn't watch
much better than I thought it would be. Like, I was pleasantly surprised with it.
My oldest boy wants to go see it, so I guess
Do it.
sometime this next week we'll be doing a dad time, I guess.
That's awesome. Yeah, I took my two guys out when it came out, and we absolutely loved it. Reminded me of I kept watching. I was like, wow, they're actually really pulling this off. It reminded me of watching the Lego movie, actually, and Lego Batman. Because when I watched those movies,
Right.
I was like, these movies don't deserve, like, it was just kind of a trip to think about the writing feat that had to go into those films and kind of make those like matter.
Agreed.
And they did such a great job, and Mario does that too. I loved it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the Lego movie and the Lego Batman could have been really absurd, but it wasn't. They didn't really venture that far into it.
And ultimately, like, had just a ton of heart, you know, like this real relatable story, which was really cool.
Okay, this gives nothing away because there's no context to it. But who doesn't appreciate a good peach? You know what I'm saying? Peaches, peaches, peaches.
I'll be right back again. My cat's being needy.
Sure.
Yeah, you do realize that song is written to the rhythm of "Never Gonna Give You Up," right?
Oh yes. Yes. You tend to pick up on these things.
It's him trolling everybody.
It's okay. Jack Black is amazing at that. Actually, I'm pretty sure somebody wrote it that way before he got his hands on it. He just executed it. Jack Black is amazing, period.
Peaches, peaches, peaches. Yeah.
My kids were singing that all afterwards. They're getting their flavor of soda, refill on the way out the door, picked a peach, singing it, went to the grocery store singing it.
So what are these things called again? My lore people?
No idea.
Or no, sorry, in Stratus is the
Oh, Staff of Avion.
Staff Avion.
Staff of Avion. So my true Staff of Avion, here's a little limp, as you can see.
Yep, mine was too. It's definitely curved at the end.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it's awesome looking. And there's the Mythic Legions version. Very cool.
Yep. Now again, I will say I like that the Staff of Avion, the gem is egg shaped.
It is, yep.
Yeah,
And that makes perfect sense.
Yep.
There you go,
And
Briggs.
that Mythic Legion when you get a little combo of both.
Yeah. Love it.
Loving that.
Yeah, getting those pegs in the head were kind of a pain.
No, that was
I
the hardest part. It was I just used my teeth on that one.
Yeah, and then you know,
I was like,
once
did
they're
I
in,
take
they're
off?
in.
Biting the toys, you love it so much.
And then the wings were kind of, you know, pain too, but looks great. I love this. I love this tribute. Is this my first tribute?
I really do love just like
I think it
looking at them side by side like this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it makes me just wish Stratos had like big angel wings.
And then that Mythic Legion one's staff, it's kind of a combo of both of them, right? The two staffs of Avion, it's got the look of both versions. Yeah.
Yeah, they really did go that way with it, which again, it's another great tribute.
Yeah, I'd probably have to pick up at least another regular Stratos. Because I'm definitely not picking up another Zenith.
No, his
It
price
might be a
is
little cost prohibitive there.
Are they going up? They haven't gone up, have they?
The Cody
No,
Rhodes.
No.
But still, you're talking
They're
about
just
$22
course.
versus
yeah.
$50.
Really does have that Cody Rhodes look. I've been hearing everybody say. He looks
Yes, he does.
Is that armor like a clamshell or?
Yeah, it's that soft plastic clamshell.
Yeah.
And it's got a little hook on the back, I guess, to put his gun on somehow. I haven't tried to mess with it yet, but little gun's gonna snap on there somehow.
Very nice.
I mean, he's awesome. I mean, I guess just the rarity is the big deal.
Yeah, I dig it either way. Like,
Yeah, he's cool.
Was he part of the original Rulers of the
beats
Sun?
Yes, like when you see that image of the 10 figures,
Mm-hmm.
he's in it.
Okay.
But again, he never got produced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They came out, huh?
Yeah, there was only a handful of them that were actually produced out of those original 10. They had more. They were gonna plan more. It just never took off enough.
Like that whole 3-pack coming out, none of them were either, right? This last
Right.
3-pack? Yeah.
Yeah, that whole 3-pack. The next one is unreleased or never produced, rather, not unreleased, because that would mean they produced them and just never released them. Now,
Still don't
never.
understand about this wave though. Duplico and Hypno, right?
It's because they did like a half pack. So
Yeah,
half
weird.
of them that came out had Hypno, the other half was supposed to have Duplico. But I never saw any Duplico. But
Still might be a Walmart exclusive. From what I'm
Toy
hearing.
Habits posted earlier, and actually somebody posted in the chat, May 1st kind of street date. So keep your eyes peeled. And from what I have seen, it will be at Walmart, which again is they've got it listed in Walmart's inventory. But again, like I said, all the ones around me, which is why I only hit Targets today, none of them are carrying Masters Universe in store. Here it is. Unryu had it for me. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you having that. Uh-oh, we lost to Thanos. I don't know if he's done streaming for the night or if he just had to back out again.
Be quiet.
Yes, and now, of course, everybody's in love with the doggy.
Oh, of course. Mr. Comet had to, let everybody know.
That's right.
Somebody was coming by the house.
What city are you in again?
Me?
Yeah.
Yukon, Oklahoma.
And then got it, Oklahoma. And Cobb, where around the LA area are you?
I'm more up below north, Riverside,
Riverside.
IE.
The IE. Inland Empire.
I'm loving this. Like, this is fantastic what we have going on here. And I dig that other head, by the way, too.
I do too. I love the ogre head on this angelic body. It's a trip. It's kind of cool.
Right?
She definitely, she's got a very cartoony look. She will need some love in the summer. I'm gonna try my hand at some painting in the summer once I can clean up a little space and get a little more permanent setup.
Right.
But
one thing that I really enjoy about those, and Bud pointed it out to me, is that if you use them comparatively with like origin scale figures, the 5.5s, and they are kids, like the scaling works very well. Of course, Brick, I know you're more into the 6 to 7 inch lines, as I've been starting to move more that way myself of late, only because I can't find any origins anymore. Just having to order them from online. But yeah, I mean, she fits in well with them too if you look at her as a child, which she is.
Yeah.
So it makes perfect sense, and it works well to scale.
Yeah, and even the sort of like larger eyes will work. They just need a little bit more detail and maybe some shading around the nose and eyes to make it work. But,
yeah. Well,
but
yeah.
As the figure itself, I think she looks great. I love the whole like art direction on these figures. They did such a great job of trying to capture the.
It's a great likeness to the cartoon. It really is.
Yep,
yeah,
absolutely. Just it is a bummer that they're so frail feeling.
Yeah, they're definitely there's some engineering there that needed to be reworked before it released.
What's going on here? Aaron, you familiar with? Is this for a sword, or is my belt just falling off?
Maybe, or maybe it's a place for the staff.
No, it's
Would it have anything to hook through there? Maybe the trident?
It's not.
That definitely looks more like one of the sword
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it was just a remnant.
Yeah, that's
from
the strap
a
for the
reuse.
sword.
Maybe reuse.
It
So
is
that-
reuse. I'm trying to. I don't recognize. I like. You know what? I have some barbarians that. It's been a while that
I
I
was gonna
probably have.
say.
But
Here, let me get out my barbarian builder real quick.
See some cool pics too with the, I don't know him by name, but the little one with the Viking helmet.
Bobby
Yeah,
being
up next with Masterverse, Barbarian He-Man. It was like
yes,
father
I
and son
love it.
together. Yeah,
Yeah,
those
yeah.
pictures are awesome.
That's how they chill on the weekends, father and sonly duties.
In my mind, this is like he went to a theme park and he's
It
next
looks
to one of
like
the characters and he's like not having it.
Yeah,
They went to Ren Fair, and the kid has the cheap costume. Meanwhile, the adult went all out.
Here you go, father and son. Sure, that works.
Look at that. It's perfect.
This is what I think I look like, and this is what I.
There you go. Or now you got to get a Link figure that kind of fits in between, and it's the angsty teenager stage.
teenage
I'm not wearing
version.
my stupid horned hat.
That's cute. Yeah, that is cute. Look at that.
And the highly articulated Adam has joined us this evening in the chat. What is going on, brother? Hey, let me know if you want to pop on and talk.
Yeah, I've
some
totally
toys.
missed it. Well, the reason I add it's painted, so the paint on mine is pretty thick, so it's actually kind of like closing up the little gap where you put the sword, but it looks like there's room in there.
Mike, I got to tell you, you can stick to the 5.5. It's a good size. That's what I keep hearing from everybody.
At least that's what you're told.
That's right. That's what I'm told. It's a good size. It's not a Payne like 22 inches. It's going to be the
24-inch
running
pythons.
thing.
That had so many levels. That was amazing. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I got to work out. Oh. So he says he's, just tuned in while he's building some IKEA stuff. I'm guessing shelving for, more of the awesomeness that's coming out from all these friggin' toys lately. It is nuts. And now everybody's, of course, chastising him, saying, have fun with the IKEA stuff. Hey, their stuff's okay and pretty easy to build. Better than the Walmart stuff that I can afford. See, look, even Black Phoenix sticks with 5 inches too. It's his favorite size. Pop Actor's just getting lost in IKEA, and he keeps ending up with the meatballs in his mouth.
Whoa.
How many people have gone to IKEA just for the food? Anybody here just shown up so they can get some lunch and then?
I have not.
Okay.
That was at Costco.
Well, because we had the one that opened up around here, and I knew people who were showing up just to go to their cafe, and then walking the entire maze of the store so you could get out. Because it's almost like a ride. You have to follow the path all the way through.
Eventually, you'll figure out the shortcuts, but yeah.
Right? I appreciate the people that were talking about taking all the arrows and pointing them in different ways along the floor so that people would get lost and mixed up in there. Keep going back around in circles and stuff. Those people are my heroes. I appreciate them because I definitely would be the one doing that kind of stuff if they wouldn't just toss me out.
All right, let me unpack this stuff. Let me be tidy.
He doesn't eat junk food anymore. He says he's on a diet. Well, unless you're growing it yourself, most of the food out there that you can buy is junk. So, And what's IKEA? We don't have that here. It's a Swedish furniture store, very popular here in the States. Well, I don't even know like exactly. I don't know if it's just across the U.S. or maybe it's a coastal thing, but
They have them
IKEA.
in other countries as well.
Yeah, because they're a global company.
Yeah. Do you know where this person is?
You know what? I cannot remember because he's mentioned it before, and I can't. We were talking about it previously. It's not all furniture's, pop actor. They got they have a lot of. Okay, that's right. Henri said he was in Kentucky. That was just earlier in the chat tonight. I knew I saw it in there. So if they don't have IKEA around you, it's probably because Swedish folk might be afraid to expand their business to parts of Kentucky. Might have something to do with your fried chicken. I'm not sure.
What?
Well, maybe it's the Dury. I'm not sure.
Hey, I was on my pop out for a minute.
All right, brother.
Pop out and then you could pop me back in.
Sure, yeah, man. If we're still going by the time you get back, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I'll be like 5 minutes probably. So.
Oh yeah. We'll definitely still be going. You know us. We're not done
do
yet.
A phone call. Somebody's calling me, so I'll be back.
Tell them you're live. You'll call that. Yeah, they can call you back later.
They're like, hey, I see you.
There we go. We'll just pop them out for right now.
All right, let's. Oh God, look at these arms for days.
All them arms. Look at it.
I love it. It's not a Ziploc. It's not a Ziploc.
So if they don't have IKEAs in Kentucky, I don't know why. Maybe just not in your area. I don't know how sparsely populated the state of Kentucky is. So I'm not sure if it's maybe just they haven't seen it as a feasible market to move stores in there, but I'm sure there's got to be one around you. But they've got silverware, plates, and stuff like that in there. Other small bedroom stuff, totally. And that's right. Black Phoenix has the right attitude. He watches what he eats. He watches it go from the package and into his mouth. Absolutely. I appreciate eating in front of a mirror myself. See, look. He always eats when he goes to IKEA. It's cheap and delicious. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate you.
I saw an article the other day that they were looking into doing bug burgers.
Oh.
What burgers?
Bug
burgers.
Yeah. Alternate protein.
Why not? Why not? Honestly, if it moves, that's just extra protein.
I don't think we're quite so desperate yet, but I'll let you know when we get there.
Hey, I'm just saying, in some countries, bugs are delicacies over there. So it's not a matter of desperation.
Things at other places that I have no interest in.
Just opening your palate to new experiences. I'll try to eat anything once, and if it's nasty, I don't have to eat it again. A lot of people try calamari and they eat squid and all like that as such. I tried pickled octopus one time, like a pickled octopus salad. I did not care for it at all. So I will not have that pickled octopus salad. That doesn't mean I'm not going to or I'm going to hate all pickled octopus salad. It's just that one was garbage. So I'll try it again. But if I eat several and I still don't like it, then I'm just going to stay away.
All right.
See, now I understand the animosity towards IKEA. His girl never got lost at IKEA. I get it. You just didn't confuse her enough, Next time, drop her off at the front and drive away. That way, even if she doesn't get lost, she still has no way to get back. And who do you have there, Payne? Who are we looking at? Oh, the Riddler. Very nice.
Yeah, he's been needing to be open for a couple weeks now, so.
For sure. I like his colors.
This is my rogues gallery of ones that are available until they do a Professor Pig or a Hugo Strange or Yeah, somebody else.
I'm just saying, as a bald man with glasses, we need more Hugo Strange figures.
Exactly. But yeah, those are the only ones I got left. And it'll be nice because that's one line that'll be done. Unless they miraculously start coming out with Legion of Doom characters.
That's something we could all hope for. I mean, let's face it. Like, McFarlane is doing a lot of great stuff.
And I need a Toy Man. If you're gonna do it old school. Give me the Super Friends Legion of Doom, and I'll be key figures. And then I need a Blue Devil. That's pretty much.
Yes, Blue Devil is required.
We were robbed a Blue Devil back in the day. Yes.
I mean, it's important to wait in the car. The car doesn't have to stay at the IKEA. And Dawn agrees with me. She's totally going to drop me off and just roll. Okay. So moving, squirming food isn't for everybody. I understand. But you can think of it like a game. And
Is it eating before I eat it? Is that the game you're playing?
You got to catch it first because it runs away.
Moving, squirming food.
Right?
Nice.
And Black Phoenix mentioning he loves sushi. I mean, who doesn't love a good plate of sushi? Apparently, the IKEA that's in Indiana is 201 miles away. Google it. I gotta say, the meatballs are good, but I don't think they're that good. I don't think the furniture's that good either. And a punk with toys has joined in here saying, "What's up, boys? Picked up Dubon today because clearly I think money grows on trees."
Yeah.
I mean, it does. It starts there. It goes through a process afterwards and becomes money. But I mean, it starts with plant life. So you're close. Unfortunately, we just don't grow it ourselves. That's all.
Well, you can, but that involves a prison sentence.
Hey! I'm not telling anybody what they should and shouldn't do. I'm not being held accountable for that. Okay, I'm not putting that out there.
Can, but I don't know whether you should.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you you can't do it. Of course not. But I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think it's worth it in the long run. So I know quite a few of you guys caught the latest episode of Toy Frenzy that we had this past Thursday. I mean, sadly, I had to catch it like everybody else because my internet was not working. As I said, I was having some problems. I think more so. I was so mad and frustrated at the time. I didn't start seeing if it was the fact that my computer was slowing down, but I could not connect back into the StreamYard, which I have been dying to talk about. You know, Armies of Ashmore, Defenders of Eden. So finally, get Matt to jump on and everything like this and be able to talk about it. And I've been bugging the guys about doing an indie toy show for ages.
Yeah.
And we finally get them on, finally sit down and talk about it. And then I can't even connect to the stream.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised when I logged on, and I think I
if you
caught
go
a
back-
little bit of you being there, and then you were the next time I looked up and you were gone, and I was like, really, this is the conversation that Oz is not going to be available for.
Right. This is the one that I miss.
Oh, such
One
a
I
bummer.
have been dying to do. But man, what great guests to have. It was fun talking to him for the brief bit that I was able to, and just watching the guys with it from there. So many great figures. And then like the next day they post like, okay, here's a fan vote. Which one are we doing as an exclusive?
Mhm.
Translucent. Just
Okay.
screamed at me. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta say something.
There you go. Brick, did you have a vote in that?
I did not. But yes, if I were to have voted, it would have been with the Force Ghost Brontosaurus. That was a Brontosaurus, right?
Yeah.
Well, an Apatosaurus. Brontosaurus doesn't actually. Well,
Right.
I don't know if
doesn't
it exists now
It's a
or doesn't exist.
Brontosaur, I guess.
Yeah.
or something. I don't know, whatever.
I was
The
gonna say.
long necked one.
Yeah, of course. And that's the route I'm into.
The albino one
Totally
was
for
cool too. The colors were a little bit. I don't know what it was. What did it remind me of? There's a toy that it's reminding me of, but I don't know. It wasn't my combo.
Probably a black and white Zog that we'll eventually get for the Turtles lines. So
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think the army builder's nice, but I don't think like an army builder should be like a like a bonus or an exclusive
bonus.
kind of thing.
or the exclusive, yeah.
Well, that was the other thing. It's an exclusive, meaning you can only get it at the Kickstarter. It's not going to be available at a retailer, but it's not like something that needs to be unlocked, or have they not spelled that out yet?
I had to go back and look at the post and see how it's worded.
You know me, Aaron. You just tell me because I'm not going to read.
I think it's something that probably end up being unlocked
Yeah.
because they didn't know what an early bird was, so it's not going to be like an early bird special. So
Right. When you asked, they're like,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that is. But
I was like, oh, okay. Well,
Hey.
that's fine. That means that I can wait till we get closer to the end of it, and then I can back it, and I can say,
Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of nice to hear that. It's like, oh, okay, they don't have to worry about it. Just as long as they get in while the window's open.
yeah, now I don't have to panic about, I get a $300 hickey for.
I mean, technically, it still hasn't even started yet. So, I mean, we're ahead of the game, guys.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Spectre. Sorry, just popped in my head. That's what I'm thinking of from DC, right? The Spectre,
Yes.
white with like a green hood.
Yeah, white and green hood. Yeah.
I was
Yep.
like, what is this guy reminding me of? This albino tyrannosaur or whatever. Or no, triceratops.
he's a triceratops.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no.
my kid would kill me if he heard me butchering the names of these dinosaurs. But he's not here, so
Yeah, it's just me. I'm here to.
yeah, you can correct me.
That's what I do.
No, all of those figures look great. Something new to try. At this point, I'm like, Baskin Robbins, 31 flavors. Might as well.
Right?
Are you going all in?
Probably. I mean, there's not any of them that I can just definitively say no. If that makes sense. I mean, it was like with Cosmic Legions, I kind of didn't really want the gray, but I like the cough goods, so now I'm like,
See, he was my favorite one.
I love him too.
Yeah.
It's to me.
This second version, the first one, I wasn't that into. I passed on.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So-
Aaron.
No, you're fine. It's just one of those things. When that was the only reason I went all in is because it's definitely. Maybe I'll find a use for it. Maybe I'll think of something. It's one of those. If I don't have it, I'll want it.
And also,
Yep.
it's like their first time out. I totally get that. Like, yeah, I'd love to support them. I'm not sure if I'm doing all in. I was trying to be disciplined and only stick to 2, and then, then it comes which 2.
Well, that was the
Well, it
way I
just
was
gets
with Savage Crucible. I had to be very disciplined on that one because that one could have gotten me in trouble.
When you say very disciplined, what are we talking?
3.
One,
I
very
just got 3
disciplined.
figures.
2. Okay.
I got the Jaeger, I got the Harbinger of the Abyss, and then I got the Frazetta Warrior Ball and Chain. Just those are the ones that kind of spoke to me. They kind of go with what I would rather do, so they'll fit in well.
That's cool.
Yeah, those were the 3 that I got, and then I got one of the accessories pack because I wanted the middle fingers for photography. I'm hoping that they fit with other like hands.
I guess you'll find out, right?
I'll make it work. It'll be fine.
Right? You're just going to need to shave a little or add some extra epoxy to it or something. You'll make it fit.
You could always cut the finger back and push the hand down.
Good.
Okay. So the way this is specifically worded, it's just going to be an exclusive for the Kickstarter itself. Doesn't say that it's early bird or anything else. Just Kickstarter exclusive. And now that you've brought up Spectre, by the way, Brick,
Yep.
that is the exact skin tone of this albino
Mm-hmm.
Triceratops, and that green is almost exact.
Yeah, that one just. I looked at that. I was like, it's kind of like
By
a blank.
Welcome back, Cobweb.
Yeah, that's,
Sorry about that. I gotta scroll down to see the second string of windows down there, and I'm not sure how long you've been
Oh,
sitting
no,
here
that's
waiting
cool.
to come back.
no, I was messing around in the chat anyways. So
Excellence. So, yeah, I wouldn't want an army builder as an exclusive of any kind. Army
Yeah.
builders are something that should be mass produced, unless it was something like that Horde 4-pack where it came with 2 exclusive versions of an army builder. But that's only because you make those 2 the generals, kind of thing.
Yeah, on the Defenders of Eden, I think the Brano is the only one I'm like 100% I'm getting this fig.
those all look pretty awesome.
Yeah,
Yes.
they look good. It's just
I like
money.
the other one too, though. I forget the name of the dinosaur with the shell, and then it's got like the club tail.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if I get
Ankylosaur.
to over the second one.
That was always my favorite dinosaur as a kid, but I forget the name of them.
Very
What
nice.
kind of
It's an
dinosaur it is.
Ankylosaur.
What is it?
Ankylosaur or Ankylosaur, depending on where you're from.
So,
It's like the spelling, the flavor, and color.
Right? But I mean, they are just ridiculously detailed. Great. And again, of course, also from the beautiful sculpting of the 4 horsemen. So again, it's like a tertiary cousin to Masters of the Universe and Mythic Legions. It's hard to know.
Legion's kind of. And they're what, ogre size? Isn't that what they said, roughly?
Yep.
So bigger size.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, it. Go ahead, Brick.
Or no, just because he kept referring to them as brute scale. I didn't know if he was actually referring to that as like Mythic Legion's brute scale versus ogre scale. So I don't know. Or that's just what he sort of decided
He
to
just
start
kind of
using.
said that's what he was branding it as. He wasn't sure
Yeah,
on details.
Right. So, and the World Figure has joined in this evening, as well as Slice of Life Gaming here. It's actually same person, different accounts. Good to have you in the chat. Thank you for joining as well. And here we go. Ankylosaurus.
Ankylosaurus, the red one.
Oh, he's the yellow one with the red armor.
Yeah, it's a red armor with a little helmet.
Yes.
See, that was one I was like, oh yeah, easy pass, and then he started showing it more and showed the shield and how it's split. Yeah.
That is
And I'm like, damn it.
Great feature.
Rick was saying his pass. So I was like, oh man, I love that one.
Your wallet
No,
was going,
it was just-
we don't
I
need
was-
money."
I was trying to exercise some discipline, but you know how it is, man.
Yeah.
We're
Just
toy
look at
collectors.
my camera right now. There's no such thing.
Our discipline
get it.
exists 5 seconds until we see something new and shiny that we can afford.
Or not afford.
Or not afford. And then that's future our problem.
That's my
Future
kid's
us
problem.
Right?
I was like,
It's my kid's education problem.
You
But
couldn't go to college because daddy had to have toys.
yep.
I love that dude right there.
This is
you
really
look-
cool. Yeah, just a cool take, especially since he's like a based on a skeleton body, so he's like compared to the web
Mhm.
store, right? Compared to all the other web stores are so
Yeah,
big and buff, especially the classics.
Well, I think to me it makes it even more creepy that he's bones.
Yes.
You know? He's
Got those
spindly.
daddy long legs.
Right. I absolutely love that.
And this helmet's cool.
Yeah.
Whoopsie. Vampire, blue vampire.
And you know what else works for me about this too? I know several of you are Mortal Kombat fans, and that character, the Collector, like he also just screams that to me as well. If you guys were into MK11, and Payne's playing with his now as well. God, it's such a gorgeous figure. I need it.
You know what's really cool about these tribute figures is that they use color in ways that isn't normally done on these Mythic Legions figures.
Yes.
So, I mean, obviously this is like a blue skeleton. That hasn't been done, but just like the boldness of the color is not something you usually get.
No, they're more muted.
Yeah,
like-
more and more as we move down, like some of the newer, especially as we get into like the what wave is coming in? The Poxus wave with all the sorcerers and stuff. There's definitely a lot
Right.
more color coming, but for now, these are some of the most colorful ones. Like, look at that, like red, blue. So it's kind of nice to see on
Right.
these figures.
I don't feel that they're not as afraid to take chances with the bolder colors now.
Yeah.
Because they've seen where they succeed with different figures.
Yeah.
But they also know when to more appropriately use it too. Bold colors on like a wizard or something like that, or something that's diseased or poisoned, kind of works.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a bold bright color on a vampire, unless it's white, just doesn't make sense. Unless it's an exact contrast, like a bright red against black or a bright purple against black, which they've done well. But that blue and red works perfect with him, with that orange as well in there.
Mm-hmm.
And that works great. And like you said, with the Wizards is good too. Like even with the remake of the Father Christmas coming up, or the figure
Yep.
Obscura.
Yep.
You know, period. Red Krampus, and then of course my favorite green and purple Headless Horseman coming. God, yes. Cannot wait for this guy. And whoever got me this shirt, I'm super psyched about it. Thank you. You can remain anonymous, but I appreciate you. And what are we zooming in here on? All the AWOC.
Oh, I love it.
Yes.
Those fly stands are holding up, huh?
Oh yeah, they haven't moved.
They are doing outstanding.
Yeah, I might be picking up quite a few more of those.
Right? Especially for some of the posing for them, because like you just think of the agility of those figures and what they should be doing, and you're going to need those kind of stands to pull that off.
It's surprising for $15 for three of them, like $5 a piece. It's not bad, but I'm just surprised that they're holding up heavier figures, not having an issue. They haven't moved, haven't shifted.
Those these ones, the little NECA ones, or
Yeah, they're like $10 for one, right?
I don't remember what I paid for. I bought like 2 of them a long time ago.
Just
I
what you
need
need
some
for the
clothes.
photography.
I have some cheaper ones, but they don't hold shit up. Like if you don't balance it perfect, they just fall over.
Those
Right.
NECA ones work pretty good though,
Yeah, the NECA ones work pretty good.
because I get all like the little round NECA for all my origins and stuff. But I need to get a couple of those still, especially like Masterverse now with the wings, like Stratos and Sunman.
Yeah, that's what I use. The NECA ones.
NECA makes quality stuff.
Webster's gonna eat some unicorn.
Yes, okay. I'm down to see this. Let's pull it up here. My sister's going to scream.
Spiders.
Well, the world figure knew who I was talking about when I mentioned the collector, because you mentioned the guy with the lantern. And yes, absolutely. Gotta love the Mortal Kombat games.
What do you
I
think of that new
love-
Goro? Have you seen the new Goro?
Yeah, from Storm Collectibles? Absolutely. So,
He's why I'm
Okay.
trying to cancel one of my Minotaurs.
Ooh,
I can't blame you for that, because he is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so, one of my coworkers, Frankie, he's also a toy collector. He hit me up about it, and I was like, yeah, dude, like this is it right here. And then like the next day he was like, so I went in, got the Goro, and now I am buying up all the other Storm collectibles. Mortal
Man. Oh, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah. Well, he's been grabbing all the ones he can. And I was like, you at least have to get Motaro. And he was like, done, already ordered. I'm like, oh, God.
Whoa.
Because Motaro was pricey too. You know, I mean, all
I'm,
the Mortal
I'm just
Kombat
glad
Storm
Data's
collectibles are.
doing the Street Fighter figures because I might be picking up a few of those.
Right? Got to do a Ryu.
Those look
So-
amazing, and I'm incredibly happy that they are 6-inch because they don't work for me. And it's kind of like, all right, cool. But they look amazing, man. The posing on those, what you can do with them, what I've seen. Whew.
It's impressive.
I almost went in on, again, because of money I did not, but I almost went in today and did a bit of Power Rangers. So you guys have seen that they are doing the Power Rangers Cobra Kai crossover.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And I saw today, of course, Daniel LaRusso as well as his daughter out in store today. And, you know, Connor had just had the Cobra Kai versus Ninja Turtles crossover that we did that unboxing for on the channel. So I was kind of like, you know what? Yeah, I should probably start picking these up. But again, you know, couldn't bring myself to do it. So Carol said, not the unicorn. Use one of the kids. Oh my god, that's fantastic. All right, World
Oh,
Figures
my-
mentioning Hasbro stand at Snap, but it never fell over.
I was gonna say one of my Insta posts that got like a lot of hits was Venger holding Bobby while he's blasting Uni. Like, I'm gonna make you watch.
Oh my, yeah, I do remember that one. Yes, because it's just perfect for that character.
Let's do these pauldrons.
Like how Rick mentions the group chat that we have on Facebook on there, saying that you know, add Carol and Dawn to that group chat. He's not even in the group chat. He rolled out. He got mad and he left.
He took the kids and went to his mom's house.
That's right. That's right. Just left Black Phoenix there all by himself to deal with the rest of us.
This is on Facebook.
Yeah, it's a little Facebook group chat we're all in. I didn't know it was a thing until randomly Rick just added me, and I was like, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, using real names again. Now he's going to yell at me and scream. But he gets mad if I don't call him out and preach him. So
I got invited in and then had like 300 messages. It was like when I first started, I was at work. Didn't even know I was in it. 300 messages pop up. I was like, what the heck is going on?
I don't know what you're talking about, Pop Actor. I did not call you by your real name. I never uttered a thing. Nobody knows unless you point it out. They could just think I'm talking randomly about somebody else. You keep pointing it out. So, and Mike is back in the chat. That is great, too. I'm always glad that you're back in there, brother. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I seen Black Phoenix said something like that earlier. I thought maybe he was talking about something else. We got Mike
so
back?
crazy in there.
I can't keep up.
Like, I jump in and I'm like starting to pay attention, but then I get, you know, like, well, earlier today I tried to chime in and then I, you know, was getting calls and I'm working on stuff. And then it's like I get back in there and like so much has gone on and I'm like, I'm not even scrolling back to read what's going on. I'm just going to read what's going on here.
Be dead for a day and then overload the next.
I mean, if you really want me to give out your phone number, I can give it out. I don't know it, but I'll just start giving random phone numbers out. That's fine. I don't know who it is.
I'm still just opening little things. I haven't opened mini comic Roboto. I know he's not the coolest, but
What are you talking about? He's definitely the coolest.
With his
I like him, yeah.
so
He's
cute.
like a Care Bear with the
Yeah.
heart on there. Go,
Exactly.
champ.
It's Roboto.
I like him, yeah. Just, that heart could be a little better, but
No, I totally dig it.
it's still cool. I got a whole shelf with just mini comic version lined up on one side, then regular ones on the other ones. Didn't have too many good guys. It was all bad guys it seemed like.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, it's Snake Man. So,
Yeah, I mean like mini comic versions of
yeah.
were pretty much all the bad guys.
Yeah, so far.
Well,
Well,
Sorceress, Roboto.
mini
Shadows.
comic Prince Adam. He was in that first 2-pack.
Don't bring him up.
I'm gonna bring him up.
That's like
Gotta
the one
remind
thing, the one I'm missing. It's the only thing I'm missing. That 2-pack and that She-Ra.
Yeah, I'll never
Yeah.
have any of those.
Rick got
I
another
know
box.
they've got ridiculous.
Brick's just like, yeah, I'm sitting on a horde. See, that's why
Well,
he was.
I have plenty, but I'm not open.
Oh, you do. I know.
You should see my customs table. There's probably 25 figures on it that are boxed still.
Yeah, no, on the GDL Discord, you were like, man, you've got a problem, or like, you got way too much. And I was just going like, all right.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
You think I've got a problem? I've seen your pictures too, buddy.
I know. I'll get
Yeah,
around
no,
to opening them
I'm going to
sometime.
take this opportunity since we're doing it.
I'll get around
I just
to
was
it.
like, yeah, I'll save it for my channel. And just, I'm taking way too much for my channel. Let's just, these guys right here. God, when were these ordered? Here, I'm going to figure this out. What I'm about to open up.
He's got so much stuff coming in, he doesn't even remember what he ordered anymore.
I mean, it's just, no, this is old. This is like stuff that's been around for a while.
It's been in there so long, he forgot what it was.
Let's see. I am curious how long ago this guy was ordered.
Link doesn't work. Again, you're making me angry. What? What link is he talking about? Oh, I guess that was to the chat, maybe. I was definitely looking at some more of the Dragon Ball Z figures there, because again, I'm also in a group chat with the World Figure, and they've been showing off a lot of the Dragon Ball stuff. And I was looking at some of that today too, and I was just like, man, these keep getting better. But like, I'm very hesitant now because, my Ultra Instinct Goku here, like his foot's chilling for now, but Rick totally remembers, like anytime I touched it or moved it when we first did that unboxing for the stream, man, that thing was just flying off everywhere.
Yeah, but is that the Dragon Stars version?
God, I can't even remember which version this was when I opened it. I mean, it was still under.
Because what'd you got? Oh yeah.
This is back in
ton of hands.
on March 3rd, 2022. This was ordered.
Oh, good gravy.
It's over a year. It's about time. It's a good vintage.
I think so. Yeah, come on, crack that guy open. Let's see some
Should
lino
have
here.
that nice
It's a
odor
22.
to it for plastic sitting for a year.
Dun, 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 dun,
22 was a great year.
dun. There you go.
Gosh, it's gorgeous.
They look great.
Yeah.
The upper body is a little funky, and the biceps are just a little bit awkward.
They look very chunky.
They're a little bit chunky. Yeah.
He definitely has some.
They're classics,
chunky
right?
biceps. Yeah. Were these on the classics box or?
No, I mean, I'm just.
I
They're
think
basically the same, right?
Yeah, I think they're the same as the Mattel Creations ones.
Right.
Yeah, Mattel made them and then they just reused them, right?
Yeah.
Right. So they're just a real beefy, chunky thing, and that's what that was my issue with classics. I love them, but I love the variety. So I love having sort of some Masterverse like taller, stretched out dudes, and some really big.
Well, the
big
thing
dudes.
is that Lionel wasn't like super ridiculously buff like that is. He was built,
Yeah,
but he wasn't, bodybuilder on steroids. Lionel.
Right, yeah. Lino, like to me, He-Man was like that roided 80s kind of
There you
Venice
go.
Beach looking dude. Whereas Lion-O to me was more agile. He was still buff. He was more like Stallone. You know, Stallone was like cut, but he was fast and nimble. Arnold was big and chunky.
Yeah.
You know, like the difference between He-Man and Lion-O.
That's one of my arguments about my Super 7 Thundercats figures. Just the bulkiness of the overall size of the male figures just seems off. It's not terrible, but it kind of took me out of the, that's why I kind of stuck to only getting the cats and the main primary original, season 1 villains. So Mum-Ra and the mutants for me.
Yeah, this body feels very Panthro to me, and then we should be seeing smaller. Here I am, like trying to. There you go. For a second there, I was like, "Wait, do these not have a waist swivel?" It's been that long.
Gotta have that waist swivel.
I mean,
again, I like the look, but
you can't get him into sight beyond sight. Good luck with that. That's one of my gripes.
You can do it.
the world figure is totally asking about the ab crunch. How was the ab crunch?
On this guy?
Yup.
It's there.
It's there. Right about there. That's as far forward as he's going.
Yeah. And he just seems like he should be able to do more.
Well, he has been in cryo sleep for a while, so
It's true. It's true.
he's not used to having this new body. While over on the AWOC side of things.
Well, you know.
I mean, if we're going to compare cats to cats, right? That's
Exactly.
what I was looking for.
how it should
so,
Wonder if those pegs will interchange, Rick.
which ones?
The head pegs for
These are
Lion-O.
these?
Oh no, that Lion-O's got to be extra beefy compared to what AWOX is.
Ooh, look at that.
The stress crack.
Yeah,
Popping
well,
a
no,
seam?
the seams are there, but as I'm trying to pull this up, I can see it.
Oh yeah, you do. Be careful though.
Ooh, no. You get some heat before you mess with that too much
Yeah.
more.
Do that. You've got a spare head somewhere, right?
I know, I do.
Oh,
We're working on it, Adam. We're working on it. I was trying to be much more diplomatic than you, but sure. Yep, that's pretty much what's happening here.
Adam's just not afraid to say how he feels about it.
Oh, I know. I know.
Hey, let's face it. Like I can appreciate what Super 7's done, and it's
That
all
ain't gonna
good.
work.
Yeah,
It ain't
it's-
gonna work.
All right.
It's tight.
I was curious. I should have pulled mine out when I thought about it.
I mean, that's the thing. When you look at these guys next to each other, even Tigra.
You've committed a sin, Brick.
Sorry.
It's great. Look at that knuckle joint there.
Yeah, man. When you look at these two, and that's always kind of the issue I've had with Lion-O, actually, is that he's not very cat-like.
Right.
One of my
right.
favorite figures, Super 7 figures, is Pumra, actually.
Mhm.
He's very, he's a lion. Like, clearly, this is like, I don't know, a dude wearing mascara, almost. Going like, "Row." So,
It was pop actor auditioning for Cats with some
yeah,
eyeliner on.
it's very much cats.
It's bad cosplay.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, it's just like this embraces the cat, and then
Yeah.
even if I had Tigra, it's the facial features on this thing that really just are like, yeah, look at that. That's a cat. That's
It makes me
a dude making cat sounds.
it makes me wonder if, like, back in the day, when they were looking at trying to sell this to kids, they were just like, they're never going to get into it if we make them look too cat-like. And, you know, meanwhile, we're growing up on stuff like Sesame Street, you know, Care Bears, Gummy Bears, all these types of, you know, animals. And they were like, we can't make that too cat-like or nobody will like it.
Or it was just like this, you know, He-Man-y thing. And then they're like, no, they
Yeah.
got to get something different. So let's, you know, put a cat
Well, that's
logo on
definitely
there.
what it was.
So the way I tricked
Sight
the Beyond Sight is I put the glove on the other hand so it actually looks like he's holding it with both hands.
That makes sense.
You're saying this?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it gives it a little extension.
Okay. Yeah, and I can dig that.
Meanwhile, back at the base. I wonder if
just
this
shame
will
the Super
work.
7 more.
Well, no, I mean, the thing is they're working with what? How old is that? Like almost 20-year-old tech?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Their buck system, it's
They
going all the way
inherited
back
that
to 2008.
they inherited that from Mattel. And from Mattel back in the mid-2000s. Come on. Like, yeah, I get it. They might want to step it up.
Well, they probably are now that people are challenging. Why should we pay all these money for these when these indie guys are killing us and doing better?
Yeah, it's really nice to see the innovation coming through, especially in the articulation.
Mm-hmm.
Because molds have been there for, like, the sculpts have been there for a while, but to actually get them in these poses.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
so much
that
easier
is
and just
dead
a lot
on.
nicer.
There you go.
Give me sight beyond sight. No, like this. Wait,
I can't.
He's got arthritis problems back there.
I'm not going there with this. I'm not going to say it.
how are you able to?
Not on YouTube anyway.
Sword.
How are you able to do that? Yeah.
All
See,
right.
what it is he kept working those biceps a little too much, and at a certain point, he could no longer reach. No, I don't know.
Right? That's it. Arms too big, can't reach belt. Did you guys ever see that episode of The Tick where Arthur had that belt that would make him all muscly?
All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna get low.
Get low, low.
I'm gonna get looking up two-handed. Okay, great. Now you do it.
Give him some catnip first, and maybe he'll get there.
Wait. Almost. Dude, you gotta
You
stretch.
really should have opened this guy a year ago. Like, she's not getting any appreciation out of him now.
Look, you need to heat treat him and then send him to DDP for some yoga, okay? 'Cause he needs to loosen up. I'm afraid the more you do that, you're going to waste the $75 he cost you.
He didn't cost me
I know.
75 for sure. But he's beautiful. I mean, he looks good. Like, he captures
He
the
does.
character. I got no complaints there until I see this guy over here, like, ready to pounce like a true cat. And yeah.
So, Eldor has chimed in saying he's giving him the sad puppy dog eyes. My sword, because that's exactly how he looks.
But you know, this is the actor, the celebrity, and this is the stunt cat, is what it is.
So I keep them on different shelves.
Yeah, so he looks the
Check
part.
their eyes.
Yeah, no, but it's a great sculpt. It's just he can't hang in terms of the posability, the articulation, and But I do like a lot of these extras, right? And there definitely are a lot of extras.
All them hands.
Not only hands, man.
30 of them.
Claws for days.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, and that was the other big thing about, like, the snarf. Like, each version of Lion-O has come with, like, I don't know, 3 to 4 versions of the claw, you know. And then, like, they were like, well, yeah, let's go ahead and give Snarf a couple. And it's like, why does Snarf have it when they should have had, like, a head sculpt of Snarf with the Sword of Omens in his mouth, or again things
don't?
like
Oh, okay.
the tail with the Sword of Omens wrapped up in it. Because when he carried it, that's how he carried it. He didn't carry it around with a glove on his back like a knapsack. I don't know. There's just a lot more I felt they could have done with Snarf to make him worth maybe a little bit closer to that, you know, normal $50 price range for what little they gave us.
Pack him in with a $10 off coupon for another figure.
$1.10, baby. Use it on Super 7.
No, but I like this figure. I do. I know it's just sort of like, you know, like these. I know what I'm getting. And I got same with these. Like these, I love the old classics. I have got a couple that are still in box to be unboxed. But you know, they're not going to be able to do what this guy can do.
No.
And I mean, to be real, neither can this one. And this figure came out.
Yeah.
Right? So this one. And definitely neither can whatever. Where is Xenophon or Okatos, right? The Mythic Legions can't do it either. They can't do the same stuff. So
I agree.
But I still dig them. You know, they work. Visually they work. They're not going to be able to hit those poses, but this is what we got as far as it goes right now. This is the representation of Lion-O that's available to us.
Do you think Mythic Legions will update their articulation to kind of stay in line with some of the newer stuff?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like they have, like, you know, done some cutting away at some things so that the newer ones are able to hold a little bit closer to this pose, for example. But I don't know. Are they going to create completely new, say, torsos, really, right?
We need new, like arms. I feel like arms have come about really where they need to be to do most. Once they've managed to include that additional kind of joint into the wrist so that you can get that more up and down as well as just the usual like side to side kind of grip, I feel like the arms are
They'd have
good.
to have longer pegs.
Right.
They would need longer pegs for support because they couldn't handle it with the small peg that they use.
Right. So the torsos, I mean, it depends on really what you're looking at. Like, again, these ones from AWOC are amazing.
And the butterfly joints are nice.
Yeah, yeah. Well, like the new Spider-Man bucks too on Legends are freaking phenomenal. And even some of the stuff we've seen out of Classified, they've been doing, you know, I think everybody has room to keep improving. And as they see the innovation of other companies, that can kind of influence. Yeah, well, force them, whatever. Yeah, why not? Everybody likes a little bit of CNC. So, you know, just try and go that route with it too. Like, if you can make somebody like Super 7 kind of up their game because you're putting out a similar product, doing it better, and it's cheaper than what we're seeing you put out, although you have the licensing for the property we want, you know, I might swing another way on this one.
No, I mean, the licenses are only for a given period of time. Someone else can pick up those licenses too.
Or, have at it like Nickelodeon. Just hand out the Ninja Turtles license to anybody who wants to try.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other one I saw today too. Was the Loyal Subjects, the like street clothes turtles, the ones in the jackets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh man, those guys look. I really like those. I think they're a lot better than their first run ones. Scale's still a little off. They also had that shredder too, and the shredder's face was definitely off. Like the eyes seemed to be painted so tiny on that.
Yeah. Only turtles I would want in my collection are the Universal Monster Turtles.
Oh god, yes, those. Again, it's NECA.
I just don't have
do it
those.
well.
If I was going to get, those would be the ones I would get.
Yeah, I can't.
Especially that Casey Jones.
The Mikey was the one that I was sort of like tempted
Mikey,
by.
Mikey got me, and then what was?
Yep.
Donnie was okay. But I kind of like the Fenrir shell. That was pretty cool.
I think they're all they're fantastic. It's just for this, if you take a look, you're probably picking up on like my aesthetic. By the way, this dude's whispering sweet nothings into Tiberius right now. But there's there's like a barbarian kind of like monster-y sci-fi fantasy thing going on that like the modern street clothes or anything a little too earthy doesn't work. But that mummy is just kind of like a wrapped, monstrous looking thing that would have worked. But they all look amazing to me. Like for whatever reason, that Universal Monsters line, you could tell they were just like having a blast doing those because they really just like put in all.
It's just something different.
Yeah,
it's something we've seen, but something different because the Ninja Turtles have had a couple of crossovers with Universal Monsters over the years. They did it in the original toy line with different monsters with different turtles over time. Like you got like multiple waves. Then we saw it again in the 2003 remake, and then again in like the later 2012 remake. They kind of did these crossovers as well, constantly coming back to that homage. But they find new ways to do it and change it. So the fact that NECA was like, well, we want to do it too because we have licensing for both. And then they incorporated the storage shell gimmick in the Hunchback with Leo. Like, again, it's another homage to the toys themselves. So, I mean, I think that is fantastic. And it's great to see the competition of who can put out the better turtle figures, in my opinion. Because you got NECA directly competing with Super 7. You got the little guys like, Loyal Subjects who are trying to do their thing. And trying to pull that off. I think it's really good.
I like those samurai turtles too.
I don't
know who's doing those. I don't remember. They're on 5K Toys, but I don't remember.
Isn't it Fury?
Fury, yeah.
So.
Okay.
Which my understanding is like some of those companies may be the same company. Like they kind of change names up. Some, to
avoid getting sued.
Yeah. So we don't really know who's actually making them, but yeah, I think that's under the name Fury. I love those. I that's one of those I pre-ordered then canceled on the Leo a while back. This was when it was first coming out. I'm like, no, I don't need him. And then that Splinter came out, and he looks great and can work in with these guys. I feel like just a cool looking like martial artist,
for sure.
Feudal rat. What's up, Adam?
How much?
You want to see me open toys from 2022?
Only that far back?
Did you see he got the Maywalk finally, Brick?
I did. Oh yeah, I did. I was very happy for my friend
at this point.
So are you going to be doing that video where you actually do the proper popping and swapping of your AWOCs?
I still will. I'm just waiting on the figures that I can do it with. These two don't really work together for that.
Which do you have again?
I got Tiberius and Pale.
Okay.
which was a misship of a part of an order. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing.
Sounds like it, brother. Oh, Mumra, the
I love this.
ever-living.
This sculpt is fascinating, and I really finally wanted to open him up because
Yeah, I love Mumra.
Yep. There he went.
I didn't get that Mum-Ra, but I did get
Weebles
the
wobble
Ever-Living
and
one.
Mumra falls down.
the Ever Living's amazing, and I wasn't planning on getting this one, even though I told myself I'm not going to get it. But
It's a
then-
mummy thing.
But then I saw this thing, and I remember when I unboxed it, I was looking for the figure, and I was like, "Oh no, I left it at work." I actually didn't leave it at work. I didn't realize I'd never even unboxed the thing. I had vague memories of opening the BBTS box and seeing that it was in there, but then I guess I never actually took him out of the box, and so I can place him in his crypt.
Dude, I love it.
That's cool.
Mumra is always such a cool concept. You give Skeletor a run for his money.
And that's how I want him displayed. And then the Pretender Thundercat comes around and is like, "Look what I can do." Anyway. But he comes with a really cool wired cape that I'll get on him soon. But the Ever Living is one of my favorite figures, period. I love that figure. Anywho, I don't need to be on full screen anymore. Or did
I'm
Oz
sorry.
fall
I
asleep?
was enjoying showing off these toys.
Oh yeah. I know.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head off, gentlemen. Had fun.
All right.
See you guys soon.
Did we get to significantly chip away at our toys tonight, Payne?
No.
No.
Not even remotely.
Yeah.
You-
We'll keep trying.
Put a-
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it's a first world problem. There we go.
Yeah, it definitely is. All right, man. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
I totally remember complaining a little bit ago about having a backlog of things I needed to do an unboxing for. Now it's like, no, that's done. I've gone through the whole thing, which is a good thing in my opinion.
And I'm just realizing I got some more stuff too that I forgot about. I have both those Masterverse movie He-Man and Skeletor I haven't opened yet. A few other things.
I've yet to find that Skeletor out and about. I have seen the He-Man a couple times.
Yeah, that's usually the case.
I'm just kind of holding off from it.
He'll pop
I want the
up.
Man-at-Arms more than I want that He-Man.
Oh, yeah.
I like the He-Man other than the head.
Is anybody going to be grabbing that Ramen Toys He-Man head?
3-pack.
Well, I know
I've got it in order.
Yeah.
Bud's already got all three. Like, you know, he did the whole thing.
I need to, yeah. Is it still going, right? It's not.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah, definitely. You just go right to Facebook, and everything you need is.
I mean, I
right
looked
there.
at it a couple times before he had, like, right when he put them up, didn't have all the pictures of them painted, what they look like. But now that I've seen them, I'm like, okay, I gotta hop on there again for sure.
Right. Well, I mean, that's how this, you know, that's how this
Kind of one
works,
reason
you
I
know.
haven't opened the
Yeah.
He-Man because I'm just like, yeah,
You're gonna wait until you get a proper head sculpt to put on. That's good.
yeah.
So
The Skeletor, I
Adam?
don't know why I'm waiting.
you're just hanging back because you want to open them together. I get it.
What?
Oh no, I was talking with Cobweb there. I kind of ended up
I
cutting
thought
him
you were
off.
talking to Adam too.
No. You're holding off on opening up the Skeletor because you got to do it at the same time as the He-Man. I get it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Even if you don't realize you're doing it, that's why you're doing
I
it.
know I didn't really, but yeah, I'm sure that's the reason. Yep.
Now, I was going to ask Adam, what did we build tonight with the IKEA furniture?
Just some simple stuff. I just am updating my desk with putting some drawers in and a little shelf, and then I got some wall shelves that I didn't put up because the baby's sleeping and I didn't want to be hammering stuff into the wall. But
Yeah, not a good call.
yeah.
Well, glad to hear you're working on the space danger issue. Something we all need to work and evolve with. Like I mentioned, most people should add additions onto their houses, because it just seems like a simpler answer.
I got box stuffed in my kids' room. I'm like, hey, can I put this Galactus in your room? I have no room.
Look, I know this is your room, but I'm going to need you to move to the couch because
Yeah.
Galactus needs your bed.
It pretty much does, too. That box is huge.
That figure's huge, but I mean, with good purpose, too. Like, I feel that was definitely...
I just bought him because it was huge and it's Galactus. Like, I don't even collect Marvel or anything. I got 2 of them just because it's like, I ended up selling one to Jay over at Detailed Life.
Nice.
He was looking to buy mine.
Yeah.
That's funny. He ended up going.
He had that second thought, and I was like, I knew it too. I was like, nah, he should have bought it when it was out, but I sold it to him just regular price, just shipping.
Yeah.
Everything.
Got to pay for the shipping on that one because it's pretty.
The shipping was insane to get all the way up there to him from California to him.
Yeah, you're going coast to coast at that point.
Yeah, I felt kind of bad. I was at FedEx waiting. I was waiting for him to text me back, give me the okay, because I was like, I'm not just doing this without him knowing how much it's going to be.
Yeah, I looked into it too, and I'm just like, so I haven't sold mine either. But well, whatever, figure it out.
Look, somebody's going to be willing to buy it, and even though I know at least the guys here in this panel, as well as most of the guys in the chat, we're not buying our toys initially for like that value that it's going to appreciate over time.
No.
That's not what we're about. But the truth is, the longer it takes you to sell that thing, the more somebody's eventually going to be willing to buy it for, because there will be less and less on the market.
That's the reason I got to is I was like, I know I'm going to know somebody that wanted to get it, couldn't afford it, changed their mind later, and Jay was the first person that popped up, so I was like, all right, yeah, there's one.
Yeah, here you go. And you gave it to them at cost plus the shipping. So, but that's what the community is about. Like, some people, we see them when they buy extras and stuff like that. Yeah, they're just buying it so they can upsell.
Yeah.
But, no, go ahead, Adam.
I was just going to say, I saw in the Cabal tonight, like just before I jumped on here, somebody's selling one of those War of the Aether Blade Deluxe Elf Builder Packs for $125.
Yeah, okay. So
it's like a $75, I think it's $75 US. If you could get it from Big Bad Toy Store right now.
Mm-hmm.
So a $50 markup before everybody's even got theirs. Like that's just, I don't know, man. That's just not my scene. That's not my thing. But.
That's not what I'm about, and I never buy from people like that. I won't. Just because.
No, me neither.
There's no part of me that needs it that bad that I'm willing to pay for that. And I will try to deter as many other people as I can too, because
I was trying to pay overpriced for Jason to ship me AWOC figures, and he still wouldn't do it. So,
right there you go, man with integrity. I'm not going to overcharge you for toys, but I want you to.
Yeah. Well, then I get, like I said, the misship was like twofold because he sent me 2 figures. But the 2 figures that he sent were not the 2 that I placed the order on, and he only pulled 1 order, and he didn't ship. I've got like 4 orders because I keep adding more stuff, and he's like, yeah, I'll get it all. Well, 2's better than none, so.
That's right. You finally got your hands on some. Mm-hmm. As you and Brick being like the top promoters of that line, I'm glad to see that you finally got yours.
That's him, man.
No, you were pushing it just as
hard.
I
was, because I was genuinely blown away, and like I wanted to talk about it, and felt like, hey, not enough people are talking about it.
And why we build the hype train for these things, because not enough people are talking about it.
I'm glad you guys did, because I wouldn't have paid as much attention until I saw Brick and Adam talking about it all the time. So
They're so good. They're such good figures.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Jason?
That's right. One of the first things
send Adam his stuff.
He's been very apologetic. I mean,
I
it's
know.
not. It's more complicated. He's having issues with international shipping.
Oh no.
So he kind of just in terms of the way his system is working against him, kind of. So he kind of did this one as a one-off favor for me more than anything. So I can't really complain. But
right. You know, that's
I can complain, but
you could. But
say
that's
not really my thing either.
Yeah. Exactly. You know,
the come down.
One of the
cleaning.
Right, got to organize it all now. Fortunately, I have like my little Masterverse storage bin right here, so everything that I opened tonight was Masterverse, and I was just like, oh, hey, look, dump. So, but I'm just really glad to see, like, when I first started joining Instagram, one of the first things that popped up when I was looking at stuff, I haven't even followed too many people at that point, was a picture of one of the AWOC toys and like the weapons and stuff. And I just looked at it and I was like, man, I'd like to have those for like my Masters Universe guys.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, naturally, I followed the link that was shared from, and I can't even remember who had shared it. Brick, it might have even been you or something like that I stumbled across on there. So then I went and followed the link back to Spiro Toys, and I was just like, these are incredible. And again, nobody was talking about them really, not a lot. So I was glad that we all did start, promoting them the best we could, because I think more people need to know about them. They deserve a lot of exposure, and hopefully in turn, a lot more sales.
I think between the PowerCon exclusive, and then once Wave 2 ships, and sort of more people get them in hand, I'm still surprised when I see in groups, Facebook groups and stuff, where somebody's like, oh, what's this? Like somebody posts something and they're like, what's this line? I've never heard of this. I'm like, where have you been? Like, what rock have you been under at this point? Like, and I know that, everybody's feed is kind of like, the algorithm will show you what you react to, and I react to everything that comes up from them. So it's sort of like, maybe that's just why.
You're answering your own wonderings.
Buying into that algorithm. But it's hard not to. It's really hard not to.
Well, really, with AWOC, if you've been... What's that?
The algorithm is honestly kind of frustrating, because sometimes you want to be exposed to like new stuff, and then other times just like same thing.
Well, I think too, there's an aspect too where a lot of collectors, like, and I don't fall into this category because I'm the exact opposite. If there's a spectrum for this, I'm on one end, and then everybody, the people that I'm going to reference are on the far other end. There's people that only get toy news, like from groups that they're in, which means you're only going to get toy news for the lines that you're in a group for, right? Yep. By and large, you're not really going to see, a Kickstarter. You're not really going to see, a new wave or a prototype or something behind the scenes. Like, you're not going to get that news in a lot of those groups.
Nope. You gotta go
somebody like
for
me is posting it.
Right.
Yeah, I was just gonna say though, if you are, and I guess I realize that not a lot of people necessarily are watching people on YouTube talking toys, but it's not like it's random little channels like mine, right? Like between Foosh and Toy Galaxy, and like they all have covered them and have just said great things about them. So it is kind of a trip to me sometimes when folks are wondering like, what are these toys when they see them, like, oh, because I've seen them. They're chatting online. They're on YouTube, but I don't know. I guess it's just not really deeply on people's radar. And I guess they're only really putting out maybe 1 or 2 videos about AWOC, except for Dan. Dan Larson's keeps coming up in little videos that he's doing.
People could only be seeing the stuff that they want to see from those channels.
Yeah, true.
Like initially, I was really only looking a lot more at Masters Universe because I've been out of toy collecting for years, and I can appreciate other toys. But was I interested in collecting other toys? Not so much. But the more I've gotten involved within the community, it's harder to stay away from that because there is so much good stuff. And as we talked about, when you're putting your money out there and you want to make sure you're getting the bang for your buck out of stuff, a lot of instances, this is where it's at, hitting the more indie floor than necessarily looking at what you're getting at the big box, because they have the ability to put more detailed work into it. You're going to pay a little bit more of a price tag, but I don't know. I'm sitting there looking at a Black Series Gamorrean Guard today for like $33.99 sitting on the shelf, and thinking about my Maxilius the Harvester that's going to be coming that was $37. And I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm good. I made a very good purchase because no part of this Gamorrean Guard looks like he's worth $34.
Yeah, more and more when I see the big company toys, I think I could buy a nice like Mythic Legion or AWOC figure or something like that.
The one thing that keeps me going to Origins is that it's still kind of at that cheaper price, but it's quickly escalating to the point where
this just hits my nostalgia button. Like I am always gonna buy these figures in this but like I'm down for it. I'm gonna ride this line till it dies.
That's me too.
But like Masterverse, I'm like really choosy with Masterverse. Like I got that Duncan and I'm getting the Prince Adam because I like skinny Prince Adam. But I didn't pre-order any of the other figures. I think a lot of them look really good. Just don't need them. Like they don't hit me like the Origins ones do.
Right. Well, I mean, like with Legions, okay? So Cosmic Legions just announced their, Wave 3, and they've got the Whiplash homage in there. And now we've got a new Eternia Whiplash. I'm a bit torn because I really like both, and I feel for that. Still going to put my money... In this case, this is one of the ones where it's like, I kind of got to go either way. I've really kind of got to go for both. But I never feel like I shouldn't give my money. Like, is it worth it when I look at a Legions figure now versus when I'm looking at, as much as I love Stinkor, when he came out, he was like $21. And I was like, do I feel that he is worth every penny of that? Even with that feeling I had, I was like, not really, because I had the Origins one, and that one was only $15. And I was like, that one I felt was worth it. But I just picked up a cheaper version. So I'm cool with that. I felt like he was definitely worth the $10.
Smells better too.
I'm going to make him stink. I'm going to get some patchouli.
Some cotton balls.
Somebody was wearing patchouli at work today, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's because they were smoking that doobie outside of work before they came in.
Who wears patchouli just to wear patchouli?
Nobody since 77. That's
That's something you find in your grandma's jewelry box.
No, people still do. It's still a thing. Like it's...
Yeah. Mostly a headshot.
But I think it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, if I'm really gonna lean into being a hippie, I guess I need to wear patchouli. Like if it's like an obligation. If that's your what you're going for,
I am
It comes in
all
the starter pack. It comes in
Part of
the.
the lifestyle.
You get it's something made of hemp and patchouli.
Hemp, patchouli,
Sandals.
Sandals, yeah.
sandals, a little bit of
Birkenstocks,
Uh,
which are allegedly very comfortable, but
I'm not wearing them, so I won't know.
so are Crocs, I've heard.
Yeah, that's right. And I ain't sticking my foot.
I wear Crocs every day. They're
look, Crocs are great for the garden.
non-slip. They're awesome.
Yeah.
Look at this lineup of characters here again. I just love this.
It's so funny. It looks, when I see it broadcast, I'm like, oh yeah, but on my phone it looks very different. It's a trip to me. Super blurry. We were talking earlier about indie toys, and you were talking about the licenses like Super 7, yada yada. And there was a point where I forget who was saying, but just that, like, hey, licenses, they don't, they have a life of that, and somebody else can pick them up. My thinking is, I wouldn't want Spiro or any of these other like indie companies to pick up one of these licenses. It's and I'll tell you this is my thing with Super 7. I've been into Super 7 for a long time. The second they got like the headaches was Masters of the Universe and the fans and the expectations that came with it. Then Ninja Turtles, and then that's where like a lot. And again, I know they've got their issues with QC and all sorts of other things, communication maybe, but left to their own devices, and they're doing like a Biggie Smalls thing, or these random like real deep pop culture things that don't have like a huge nostalgic following in the same way, right? They were fine, and of course, right. I guess they were doing those things because they wanted to grow, and they grew or whatever. But honestly, I feel like it's kind of biting them in the ass right now because of the sort of like, the toy collectors, the fans that come with them, and all the expectations and all of these things. It's to the point where like you announce you're going to release something and people are already upset about something, the way something looks, etc. That wasn't happening. That's not going to happen with one of the worst figures. That's not going to happen with their Biggie Smalls figures. That's not going to happen with, whatever, their Cliff Burton figure. People are just like, oh my God, I don't have anything by Cliff Burton. You're making a toy. That's amazing. Right. I want it. Oh my God, I can't believe you're doing whatever, this astronaut or this bat in a freaking Dracula suit with a middle finger. That's cool. I want that. Right. But then when it comes to this, like, oh man, why aren't you releasing this character? When are you going to release this? And I get it. As a toy fan of like certain nostalgic properties myself, would never wish that upon Spiro, or like they should do what they're doing, which is create their own amazing IP, get folks excited, give us something new, build an amazing figure. Look at Mythic Legions, look at the Four Horsemen doing their thing with Cosmic. The closest they'll get to is maybe a tribute and a mythological thing you kind of know, right? With Figura Obscura.
The Spiro with their AWOC, like they're really building a good franchise. The characters really pop out. The comics were like amazing. Like I was so surprised. Those were good. So I hope they stick around for a while and like to see that franchise blow up.
I do too.
People have no idea what they've got in the works. There's some bonkers stuff.
People have no idea, as in no person ever has any idea.
I might have an idea.
I was gonna say, yeah.
He certainly isn't going to be able to leak it on my.
I know, no. I just love when he says that. He's like, people have no idea.
So, I mean, yeah.
What you mean, you people?
being sort of in in contact with Jason and Jeremy, like on a daily basis. They're like, okay, well, don't tell anybody this, and I'm like, come on, man, you can't drop that bomb on me and then like tell me I can't tell anybody.
I am not meant to hold this responsibility.
It's tough, man. Like
they're testing you.
it's
Right?
I mean, thankfully it's a small enough line that like it's not you know, I have some connections with some other lines as well where like the leaks will come out and I won't have to be the one that kind of leaked anything, and then it's like then I can talk about stuff that I already know about. But with AWOC there's nobody, and it's like but man, I can assure you, like some of the species they want to do, some of the storyline, like they've already mapped out the next, I think 4 story arcs.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
so they like the roadmap is laid. This isn't going to be like, you know, they're not going to be shocked and have to like figure out what to do next. Like they know. I mean, Jason's got the next 4 waves already sort of planned out, mapped out, designed.
You can tell reading the comic, it's like, okay, there's like a big story, like,
Yep.
and they kind of have like an idea of what's going on.
Right. They've got a more laid out direction of where they want to go with things. And that is fantastic and amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know, to go back, it's like I don't want one to get distracted, but also to get sort of pulled down by that. I wanted to build something that people can get excited about when I see things like, you know, Armies of Ashmore and Savage Crucible. Like, yeah, do that. Give us something to be excited about. And with AWOC, definitely it's standing out, at least in my mind, and it sounds like other folks here, in terms of like the story and the world building and where they want to take it. And it's also one that I think is very much in line. If people are nostalgic for the feeling that they had as kids in the 80s, 90s, like learning about characters, and this feels like that. It's definitely not something, you know, it might feel somewhat familiar, but it's definitely, you know, it's not, doesn't have the same pull of like, oh yeah, I remember watching Thundercats as a kid or He-Man. But
right,
I feel like the story level and the way they're building it and just the look of the characters has a potential of being something like that. If something like that is even possible in this day and age, right? If there is, because, you know, audiences change, tastes change, the way we consume media changes, but I feel like it's the best poised right now. It's got
I'm
accessible
surprised by
stories.
how few people have read the comic book, honestly. For like a $2 download, I'm shocked that like people have like the full wave of figures and they haven't read the book, and I'm just like, wait, what? Like what?
You can tell who's just looking at the pretty pictures on the website and clicking the buttons and not looking at all the links.
But that's not bad. That's not a bad thing, right?
Not at all. They're still supporting the toys. I honestly was not aware of the comics until you two were talking about it on your stream, Adam. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, what? Whereas I wanted more of this lore from Legions. And somebody's like, well, there's a comic about it. And now there's a book on the way that they're working on. That's great. We're like, we don't even have the first wave of figures yet. And here, look at the stories that are already coming out. Like, you know, and again, like you see the building upon it and where they're kind of, you don't know where it's going, but you can tell that there is more involved and it's going to continue. Well, you do, but that's because you're special, all right?
It's bonkers, man. Brick, you know, I did share something with Brick that I wasn't supposed to, but Jason's not going to watch this, so it doesn't matter.
What?
That's right. Jason's never going to see this. You're fine. Until he starts following my channel because he heard we were talking about AWOC a lot. And he was like, good. Nah, it's all good. But I'm excited that there's more to it. And that's one of the things that I like about Armies of Ashmore is the Defenders of Eden comic has been something that has come out and it's already been going on for a bit. Not a lot. There's not a lot. There's like 3 issues, but they're still working on it and building that. And there's still a lot of steps they have to do for the toys. So there's always going to be more story developing and building upon before we start to see toys. And I think that's kind of good in an important way because again, it has a direction to follow. Whereas it really seems like some of this other stuff that's coming out lately, there's no direction whatsoever. You got no clue what's coming out next. And that's why you have the questions of, well, when are we going to get this or when are we going to get that? Because you know that there's a story to follow with it. And it's not making sense to this person or that person. Because not everybody's just going to enjoy, oh crap, Origins is coming out. This is great. I'm glad we're getting all these Origins. Well, where is so and so? Well, they haven't tooled it up yet because they were paying for all the tooling for what's out right now and they're building up capital. That's fine. We can see it'll be coming. But, you know, for right now, just keep buying the toys and it'll be here. You know, the idea of new and exciting things that I have no idea about. That to me is a lot more fun when I'm getting something new. Because vintage is where it's at, that I can always go back to and I can always find and I can always expect it to give me what I want because it's already been made. But I want to see something that's going to get me excited about something new.
Have you read the comics, Oz?
I picked him up when I was posting about the link that he was going to start. I'm gonna buy you your your first comics. And I was like, you know, just because he offered, I'm gonna go pick this up now. So yeah, I definitely downloaded.
You meant AWOC, right? Or were you
Yeah.
asking about the Armies of Ashmore?
Oh.
Okay.
Are we talking about AWOC or Armies of
I was
Ashmore?
talking about AWOC.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. Because once I found out there was more to support that wasn't gonna, you know, cost me too much money at the time, I was like, they're getting my money now.
I'm still waiting on the figures from Big Bad, so I was kind of like, I want something, so I got the comics, and
I want to get it on the fun now with
yeah.
what I can afford to. So,
But I was
that's all.
really blown away by like the depth of like what's going on. It's only like a few issues in, so I was like, wow, this is way better than I was expecting it to be. Which is good.
Yeah,
Very
and
good.
it hits right. It hits nostalgic points. Like when I was reading this, I was reminded of, I don't think it's spoilers, but no, I was just reminded of Planet of the Apes as a kid. I was reminded of, you know, obviously like Thundercats, just like even the notion, I'm trying to remember what it reminded me of, but the notion of like different kingdoms having to sort of come together on a, there was something else. I'm blanking.
Well, it's almost
even
like
kinda-
Shakespearean in a way.
Yeah.
It even kind
That-
of reminded me of the old He-Man mini comics, where it was like all this stuff had happened in the past that was kind of like forgotten about. And the world is, you know, kind of in the aftermath of all that. Sorry.
So okay. Speaking of, it's lived in. Like this is not a fresh new world.
Yep.
This is a world that has seen some stuff.
And I think that speaks to, you know, one of the main differences is that he started this whole world, at least the first time Animal Warriors of the Kingdom was a thing, was as his comic book or graphic novel, the original one, which is different from the ones we're seeing now. So that the ideas of the character in the world were there, created the, you know, how do I get it out? Well, I guess I'll do a comic book. And he does a comic book. And so the story was first, and then came the idea of, you know, the new comics, and then which I think inspired the toys. So, you know, I think you see it there, and that's not to diss anybody else who's done like you said, Mythic Legions has a comic. I haven't actually seen it, but Mythic Legions is definitely kind of a different approach. They're definitely storytellers, and they have like lore in their world that you and I, Oz, have gone through and tried to like share with Legions class and stuff. But
Yep.
It's very much like a I don't know. It's like jumping into the like Silmarillion, I guess, versus like jumping into the Hobbit, you know. And so, and then with Savage Crucible, it's similar. There is a story there, but there's only really one comic, and it kind of just sort of sets up the world, and we haven't gotten very far. And I think for me, I love those toys, and you know, I threw down for I think 4 or 5 of those figures. But story wise, I guess where I find the challenge is that, you know, I like the fantasy. I like being in worlds that I can't necessarily go to. And with Savage Crucible, it does that, but there's also the conceit of like it's someone from our world.
Yes.
So anyway, ooh, spoilerish. If I'm reading Animal Warriors of the Kingdom properly, there may be some connection to our world too, but it's a very like it's like a Star Warsy galaxy far, far away kind of thing. So anyway, I that's where so far I have yet to see an indie toy company that's given me like a world and a story that's like, oh, this is dope. I can read this. I'm excited about it. I on Toy Frenzy the other night with the Armies of Ashmore folk, he threw out there like, if you want digital copies, we don't sell them, but like email, or we don't make them readily available, but if you want them, I can make them available. So I've hit him up because I want to check those out. Like I know those are part of a larger world. The Armies of Ashmore is part of this larger, what is it? The something of Eden, Defenders of Eden. Right?
Of Eden. Yeah.
So I don't really know much about it. So I'm curious and I want to, and I've seen a couple stills, but so that's not including them. But so far, this is very much for me been a very like actually Thundercats experience, because with Thundercats, I got the cartoon first, and then toys came out later, and by that time I never was able to get those LJN toys. So it was all about the story, and I fell in love with the characters, the concept. Wow, this is cool. That wasn't the same for Masters of the Universe. Masters of the Universe was like, what is this cool skeleton guy? And my brother has this cool like barbarian guy. And then you read the comics, and then that's not even the big thing. Really the big thing was the filmation.
Yeah.
G.I. Joe was how was G.I. Joe for us?
For me, now see, it might be different for you because you're a bit older. For me, it was, I saw the cartoon, Sumbo cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, oh, cool, now I recognize these toys on the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
So for you, that might have been a little bit different. Where,
it was different. Yeah.
You know,
the
toy line was out a bit before the Sumbo cartoon.
The comic
That
was advertising the toy, and that was my brother's thing. He brought home these comics and said toys were coming.
Well, they even had advertisements for the comics, which you didn't see. Like, I can't think of another comic out there where I've ever seen it advertised on television.
Yeah, so for AWOC, it's very much like story first, character first, get excited. By the way, here's some awesome toys. Well, that's not totally true, but yeah, I mean, there's that possibility. But I'll just say that like the story's strong enough that it's captured my attention in the way that I think some of those other cartoons did that I never even got toys of. I just really like the cartoon. So, and that's exciting to me because I think that's the way to potentially have longevity. But I don't know. I say that, but I don't know anymore because I think times have changed. I think Mythic Legions we keep talking about it hasn't had that and hasn't needed it. So I don't know.
Right. I mean, a big thing that Mythic Legions has going for it, as you guys know, is the community too.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I think if there's a community that's supporting the line, it certainly helps.
Yes.
And I think if that community is as supportive and helpful and accepting and sort of encouraging of sort of new fans, new collectors, that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
So to that end, I try to be sort of as active in sort of the AWOC groups as well. Because the last thing you want coming into a new line is for somebody to kind of make you feel like you shouldn't be there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that feeling of, well, you weren't here from the start. You weren't a fan. I hate it. Anytime somebody says, you're not a real fan.
Gatekeeping is the worst.
It's like, get out of here with that. There is no, you're not a real fan. If you like something, you're a fan of it. Doesn't matter if it's a little bit or it's a lot. You don't have to know every detail about something to be a fan of it.
You don't have to have any of the toys. You don't have to have read any of the comic books. I don't care. If you're like, this is cool. This is a cool IP. Great. Join the group, hang out, chat. Like,
maybe this is how you can enjoy it. because
Yep.
you don't have the means to buy it or anything. You know, right now, that's again, I've got the comics, I've got the community with AWOC. I get to enjoy it that way. I don't have any of the figures. That's okay. I'm fine with that because I'm happy with what I'm collecting right now. Do I wish I had them? Absolutely, but I don't. So it's okay. That's great. I get to chat with all of you guys about it.
Yeah.
I just got
Kind of where I'm
lucky.
at with like Star Wars. Like I watch the media and stuff, but
Yep.
I don't collect the toys like at
Not
all.
anymore.
And I haven't read comics since they did the continuity reset either. So
I was a Dark Horse Star Wars fan all the way, and Marvel, I know they've got their thing going with it now, and that's fine, and they can do their thing, and I enjoy other Marvel comics, but I haven't even been buying a lot of more recent Marvel comics. I've been getting most of that through other people. So, and that's fine. You know, that's what we need. Or that's how I need. That's how I get my needs met with it. I enjoy it that way.
Yeah, well, have you found, what's your sense, Adam, since we're on the AWOC thing, of the community sort of like around it? Like, yeah, we have the 2 Facebook groups. I'm just curious because I wasn't there from the beginning. What's the special sauce with Legions? Because I've always wondered, because it felt like, and it's a different community. It's not necessarily like a toy buying, comic following
Yeah.
community solely. I found that's a lot of like miniatures people, or like, you know, the same kind of folks, that just different types of folks coming to it.
I think it's a few things. I do think you know, first things first, I give most of the credit to Walter, who started the Cabal, who still effectively runs the Cabal. There's other admins, and they do a great job as well. But Walter and I have chatted about it a little bit, because I'm also, you know, an admin in a couple different groups, collectors groups. And the hardest thing to do is like, and he and I are kind of on the same wavelength in this respect. Like, the hardest thing to do is sort of keep a group positive, a group of toy collectors positive, because as we know, there is a very vocal minority that is always angry about everything. And it really has a lot to do with, you know, somebody like Walter or another admin, like interacting, you know, engaging that negativity in a positive way, rather than deleting a comment or deleting a post or whatever, right? Because that just sort of foments that feeling of like chillness, you know what I mean? And like, oh, you're just, you know, you just got your head in the sand kind of thing. You just don't want to hear the opinions of like a true, you know, fan or a true collector or whatever.
Yeah.
You have to engage it head on, and say, look, man, if you don't like it, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. But please don't, you know, don't try to bring everybody else down.
Right.
And they've done a great job of that. Now, I do think there's another element, and this, you know, take this at face value. You know, it's not a judgment thing. It's not a criticism or anything like that. Mythic Legions being priced the way historically they seemed, you know, at the time, expensive. I think there's definitely collectors that are sort of like the sort of lower tax bracket, but I think a lot of Legions collectors have a lot of money that they're spending on these figures. And so maybe there's a connection there, where there's a little bit more of like a, like I said, this is not a judgment thing or anything like that, but the way that they are able to vocalize, well, not vocalize, but sort of write their comments and write their posts, maybe on a different level than some other collectors groups. You know, I think a lot of the negativity, a lot of the very vociferous sort of commentary is coming from lines where the prices keep going up, and it's kind of
frustrating.
It's getting ahead of the collectors' budgets,
Yeah.
and it's sort of pushing them out. Mythic Legions isn't that, right?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
they've always been expensive, and you're either in or you're out.
Right.
But I mean,
Well,
so I think there is an element there where it's kind of in a slightly different realm. I'm not a 1/6 collector, but my impression of those groups is that they're kind of in that same realm because there's just not a lot of cheap 1/6 stuff. So it's just sort of a different crowd, if that makes sense, in some respects.
And I think it's a different commitment level too, because like you said, if you're if you're in it, you're gonna be in it, and you're gonna be like, that's probably why they feel really committed, because like they're literally invested, like financially invested in.
But then beyond that, you know, the inverse is kind of true as well. They've not invested 40 years of their lives in this IP.
Yeah.
So there's less of like a, you know, there's less of a nostalgic connection. It's more of an immediate connection to a new property. So I think AWOC should be fine in that respect, because like the price is the price, the IP is the IP. Like it's, you know, it's not a corporate brand. So I don't think that they're going to run into some of the pitfalls that some of the really toxic groups have. Which is great, because it makes it way more fun when the groups sort of supporting the lines are fun.
They support each other too, like within the community. Like, I'm having trouble getting this. Oh, well, you know, I mean, again, with AWOC, it's still fresh. We're first wave in here. But you see that where people are trying to help each other out versus the lording that you get with some of these other IPs. Like, well, look what I have and you don't. Can't stand that when it happens.
Yeah, it's a trip. I mean, you're definitely like, I get it. You were just trying to like name what's there, not trying to criticize, right? I appreciate that in terms of like the class thing, but I don't know. I'm always sort of intrigued. There's all of that. There's also the fact that like there's maybe an older crowd, and
definitely
there's just like it's hard for me to make huge sweeping like assumptions these days, just because I feel like everything is so different.
Four Horsemen, though, like if you're around the age that we're at, you've seen them like through when Spawn toys started coming through you know, classics, and then on to Legions. So it's kind of an evolution of toys, and I guarantee like old school toy collectors have kind of followed the career or whatever. I mean, obviously, and then you have the customization aspects with it too. So it's a really unique brand. Like, it's nothing really matches it.
Yeah,
not just yet, but we may start seeing some similar, because I really feel like Mythic Legions and the Four Horsemen and what they built with that. But again, it's mostly what the community has built around it. I feel like we're going to start seeing similar with a lot of these new IPs that are coming out, you know, and just seeing the way, like looking at the way people were. I found out about Spiro Toys and AWOC after it kind of started. Savage Crucible, in a very similar fashion, just kind of got started. They just did the Kickstarter and everything like that. Seeing how people were kind of flocking around that and the passion that the fans were having going into investing it, you can see where it's got that similar feel to it. Like, okay, the fans of this are really, really supportive of it, and that's great. And that helps build outside excitement for it as well. Like, wow, why is everybody so excited about this? And then you just kind of like see it and you're like, you know what? Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But that was almost born out of the Mythic Legions, though, because the guy was a customizer for Mythic Legions.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of overlap too between Savage Crucible and Mythic Legions.
With
there's some animosity too.
I'm sure. absolutely sure there is.
Sprinkling that drama. There you go, Adam.
One thing I'll say with I don't know
It's
too
too
much
bad.
about
I mean, it's
the AWOC fans, but I know the toy photographers have really jumped on that brand. They love those toys.
Sorry, which?
Toy photographers?
Oh no, but which toys?
AWOC.
Oh yeah.
I don't know too much about their community, but I know the photographers have been having a ball with those toys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the posing, right? And it's the
Yeah.
look.
It
They're
is.
so visually like compelling, and you can just achieve so much.
You can do stuff with those toys that Brick showed it off best earlier.
What's that?
You
Oh,
know?
comparing to Buffy the Cat's actor
Right,
over there.
right. Exactly. Like, there's just so much that those can do. The only thing that can really compare to that, I would say right now out there in the toy market, is like a handful of perhaps Marvel Legends. I think would probably be the best. Like some of the Spider-Man and Daredevil figures are getting towards that with that. But again, I'm wondering if this is because kind of like Hasbro's noticing, hey, look, if they can get this feline character and you're going to believe that he's going to land on his feet every time he gets thrown or he jumps or he does this, why can't we believe that Spider-Man or Daredevil can do the same thing? Because that's how it looks in the comics all the time. So, like you've seen, in the last 2 years, they've really kind of worked on a lot of that articulation with those characters, and you can see that more dynamic posing with it. And I also think part of that might be too because of customizers in general. Like, with how easy it is to see the availability. When you're working on a project and you're used to working on it a certain way for so long, sometimes it's very hard to innovate new things, even though you're trying, because you just don't see how it can work. And then somebody else comes in and they're like, well, hey, why didn't you just do this? And I go,
Yeah.
whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah,
New set of eyes.
that's great. And so, again, I'm liking the fact that I feel these new IPs are really going to help push. Hopefully, we can see some new greatness out of some stuff that's been around for ages.
Hopefully.
Do we need that though anymore?
No, because I just need my new IPs that I'm getting into now.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling.
Like, hey, that's great for people who are still like, loving those. It's not like, again, I'm still trying to collect my origins. I still like my origins. I've been enjoying a little bit more of the Masterverse here and there now. But the truth is like I really enjoy what I'm getting out of Mythic Legions, Figure Obscure, and Cosmic Legions. I'm excited about Armies of Ashmore. I love that. Again, very close relation to being sculpted by 4 horsemen and all like that. That's great.
Mhm.
I'm loving AWOC, Savage Crucible. I'm excited, and there's so many other things coming too that it's just like, you know what? It's an amazing time to be a toy collector.
Yeah.
I've been saying it for a year. I'm going to keep saying it because there's so much cool shit out there right now. I feel like I'm walking through a goddamn virtual Toys R Us, and it's okay. I'm all about that because I don't have a physical Toys R Us to walk through.
I walked through Toys R Us today.
You know what? I'm glad you did. I'm glad you can still enjoy that.
No,
But
it's not good anymore though.
I'm glad I don't have to worry about looking at those prices and crying a little bit.
Adam, I didn't mean to cut you off. You were saying there's animosity between the Savage Crucible.
Oh, I'm
and
not getting into it.
Okay.
You started getting into it. I was like, oh, okay.
No. It's sad to me that there is because it's.
I didn't know anything about it, so.
Well, you had just mentioned that like he got his start selling like custom printed 3D stuff.
Yeah.
I'm probably head out, Oz.
All right, Cobweb.
I'm getting hungry.
Good to see you on here, man. Yeah.
Adam, Rick, Dennis, Oz, thanks everybody.
Right on, Cobb. You need help with that video stuff, hit us up.
Yeah, just did the microphone tonight. Still got to unbox webcam and all kinds of other stuff, some lighting. So just got
Hey,
what I
man.
need. Just got what I needed for the night.
I can't wait to see what you get once you get it fully set up.
Yeah, so I'll still be in chat listening. Just gonna make some dinner and chill out. So thanks, guys.
Go
Talk to you
enjoy your
later.
food.
Have a good night, man.
See you, brother.
Later.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I've heard bits and I just kind of like move on with my life. And I actually don't spend a ton of time on Facebook with the cabal. I have in the past, and I love it when I do. I just it's one of those things when I start, I'll have to keep looking, and I just don't always have the time. But I'll just say, like, as far as just the overlap though, it seems like there a lot of the excitement around Savage Crucible I did feel like just came out of like the existing fan base of people who are already sort of excited about Mythic Legions and excited that a lot of the people that they follow as customizers of Mythic Legions are now we're going to have some role in developing and working on Savage Crucible, including MAFC or my action figure customs. But so I think that's helped that just to kind of shift a little bit away from the sort of drama stuff. For this stuff, like I think that's where it's just interesting to me because it is a very different crowd, it feels like, although I think there's a lot of overlap. I feel like this has an appeal that can cross over between, say, that sort of Mythic Legions type crowd and I think like a Marvel Legends crowd in many ways, right?
Definitely.
And definitely, you know, Masters of the Universe, although I don't know. I hope so.
Thundercats.
Definitely Thundercats.
Like you said, Brick, like it has like an immediately familiar aspect to it where it's like it's like it feels like a toy line that I remember. But it's not, you know, it's brand new, it's unique, and it's fun. And it's I think it's gonna blow up. I genuinely truly think that it's gonna blow up.
People are going to be getting into this waves down the line, and they're going to be like, well, where can I get this or where can I get that from the previous waves? Like, it's going to happen. This is going to be one of those big things. He looked really good with that club.
Play some baseball.
Can you tell this is like my favorite figure? And I've said it before, but I just love this guy. But the others are fantastic too. I have 3 of them here. Or there's a couple down there, but this guy grew on me. This was one of the surprises.
Yeah.
Because to me it was just like, oh yeah, it's just, you know, an ape.
He's an army builder.
But he's really cool. His head is really cool. And just for some reason he looks great with the poses.
Show that off. Look at that.
Sorry, Adam, don't got gloves. You'll be fine. Yeah, I mean the scowl, and there's just a lot of personality in these things. And you know, a lot of these sort of like flying ape poses just make so much sense on him. This is very much like my worst version of Planet of the Apes, but it's very much the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes. Oh,
for sure. I definitely got those vibes the moment I saw the armor and stuff on them.
Yep.
And I'm okay with that. Like, totally okay with all of that.
Yeah. But anyway, I appreciate your optimism, Adam, and he's just like one of those, like, it's gonna blow up, and I think so too. I hope so. I want it to, as Cobb was saying earlier, and Thanos was saying about the comics. Like, I just sort of feel like it's poised to, because it's got a story ready to go. It's poised to really just capture not just adults. If kids start to somehow get hip to it, I think it's something they could definitely, you know, my kids are into the story, but you know, we'll see.
It'll be like, I mean, I don't think this is sort of speaking out of turn in any way to say that like Jason would love to do a cartoon. It's just really expensive.
Animation is big.
Sorry, guys.
And he's
How did that sound?
He's working on getting like distribution for the comic. So like if that book can get into comic shops and people can just pick it up off the shelf, right? Like it sort of opens it up to a new community that's probably not in the sort of toy collecting community necessarily.
Yeah, even if you weren't in it for the toys, the story and the characters are way solid enough.
Yeah. Well, that's, I mean, from issue 1, that's what I said, is that, like, you know, this is more than a toy line comic book. This is not a half-assed attempt to push product. This is like a well thought out world with good characters and great art and a lot of potential for like cool storylines and stuff.
Yeah, there's mystery, political intrigue, like all kinds of stuff. Like
Hero's journey.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Well, I think
this is a story that needed to be told. Somebody has this inside of them and they want to get it out.
Mm-hmm.
And they found a really cool way to give us something to help with the imagination and like live there. And then they gave us something tangible to experience it with the toys.
They're cool. Yeah, I mean, these things are just really cool. I do hope they catch on. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. You're talking about comic books. Do you happen to know, are they thinking about being at Comic-Con?
I don't think so. I mean, certainly not this year.
Because that feels like a way, as you said, like you definitely get it into comic book folks' hands, but you know, it's just a way to promote, particularly the artist.
Comic-Con is a funny one because it's almost its own thing at this point. Like it's almost its own culture at this point. I don't know if people are necessarily going to Comic-Con to get exposure to like new IPs, if that makes sense, you know, like
people are going to Comic-Con to be seen at Comic-Con. It's the scene for the nerds.
Well, sure, but I think those nerds are there.
Yeah.
And if those nerds get to see and hear about these things, I'm just, you know, like it feels like that's if you're trying to get more of a broader appeal.
I think there's a lot of cons that they could hit that would suit them better. You know, they're doing PowerCon, Legion's Con, stuff like that, and I think that kind of like, look, it's also like Jason's doing just about everything by himself, so it's not
it's a little tough.
I think people overestimate like how big some companies are.
Yeah. Well, especially if they're used to dealing with bigger companies.
Yeah, that's true. Like if you've been collecting Hasbro product for decades, you know, and they're making tens of thousands of every figure that they release, right?
Yep.
Without even thinking about, you know, pre-orders or anything like that, right? Like Jason's got to look at how many he sold of a previous wave and try to determine sort of how many he can sell for the next wave. And it'll take him a few waves to figure out, you know, how many repeat customers you're going to get, and whether it's making its way through new channels or whether it's just the same people buying more product, right? Like it's
right. Is this enough to sustain you or grow you? Or is this going to run the well dry?
That's, and people, you know, when people, so like in the group, people are like, oh, I'd love to get mounts. And I can assure you that Jason would love to do mounts. But the amount of like tooling cost and like all the overhead, and he doesn't want to do another Kickstarter. For a number of reasons, and they're all valid and they all make sense. and so it's sort of one of those things where like, if the line's big enough and he doesn't have to do a Kickstarter, he could do mounts. But if the line never sort of gets to that threshold, would he do, another Kickstarter for something like that? Would the market, Kickstarters and crowdfunding is one of those funny things where now that it's sort of been appropriated by major corporations that, some might feel don't need to crowdsource, funding for something. There seems to be kind of pushback. There seems to be like a feeling that companies should be prepared to lose all their money on the chance that people will want mountains, right? So I don't know.
I actually don't mind the crowdfund thing when it's like,
I don't either.
This is an idea that we want to do.
Mhm.
We're only going to do it if this many people want to do it. Are you guys in? Like, to me, that's 100% fine. Now, sometimes I think the prices are a little bit higher than something like that should be, but that's another issue.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could. I was just thinking. I'll quickly just say, like, you can have issues with anything you want. I mean, it ultimately comes down to like, if the value's not there for you, you're not gonna pre-order. You're not gonna. That's the other thing. A pre-order is just a crowdfund. Yeah. Really.
Yep. It's gonna gauge the interest. That's literally how GameStop lived off the video game market for so long. That's why they pushed you to pre-order a game. It was literally to say, okay, so only about 5% of people who are into a game pre-order a game. If a store has over 300 pre-orders for a game, we're going to sell 95% more of that, because you're going to get a lot of people who don't care, and they're going to walk through the door and just expect to get the game because they're not going to pre-order. That's why I absolutely loved it when we used to get games and we'd tell people, if you don't pre-order a copy of this game, you're not going to get it. Well, I've never had a problem with Call of Duty before. And I'm like, Borderlands is not Call of Duty. You're not going to get that many. And people were real upset that they couldn't get their hands on Borderlands. And I was like, yeah, I got mine because I pre-ordered. We should remember this for next time. And I did. Like, I told people that, and people did not like it. And I was just like, tough. Go get it somewhere else then, if you can find it. So, I mean, that's all a pre-order is. It's a way to gauge the interest and figure out how much of a product you need to order. And if it's not there, they're not going to do it. Look, man, if you have an issue, I have a tissue. All right, guys. Well, I think we should be wrapping it up because this was not going to be a 4-hour stream, and it totally is.
Sure.
But that's because, again, the four of us started talking about indie toys and everything else again, and that just automatically takes us further down that rabbit hole than we're ever willing to admit. So let's Brick, let's start with you. What do you got coming up on your channel this week?
I have absolutely nothing. I have had the wildest week, and so things have, as I told you, two things fell apart and had to get canceled. So I'm trying to reschedule those things. I do have a new show that I'm working on that should, knock on whatever, be out by next weekend. That is more of like an interview thing called Behind the Views, and that we're going to talk some Micronauts with Fanigan Collectibles. And then Kayla and I are rescheduling, but I don't know when. So that's what I've kind of got up in the air. I will be on a show tomorrow, but that might come up here in a little bit. So,
all right. Thanos, are you making appearances anywhere other than my channel this week?
No. I post on Instagram pretty much daily. I might miss a day here or there. And I have a couple more of I don't know if you've seen them, but I've been doing collabs with Rob from Masters of the Mini Comic where I make the scene in toys and then I use his voiceover. I have a couple more of those that I'm going to post in the next few days. So
nice. Excellent. And Adam, what do you have for us this week, sir?
I get a video tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific, which Brick's been invited on. I don't know if he wants to come on or not, but
That's what I thought I was talking about. But yes,
we're going to talk about con exclusives.
Ooh, well, I'll be chiming in as one who is certainly interested in several con exclusives coming up. So many good ones. And for me, well,